Okay, if I can ask everyone to please take a seat, we're going to go ahead and get started. All right, thank you. And with that, we will call this meeting to order of Ava Community Energy. Today is Wednesday, May 15th, 2024. It is 6:06 p.m. Apologize for our tardiness. We were just trying to achieve quorum. With that, if we can please have a roll call. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We have to swear in our new alternate member. Welcome, Scott. Okay, yes, please, Adrian.
Great. Hold on one second. There it is. Okay. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Scott Sakakihara.
I, Scott Sakakihara.
We're having a difficult time hearing you.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
We can barely hear you.
We can barely hear you. Right. Can we hear you? You're muted.
Others on
1,
the
2, 3.
phone, we're able to hear the member on the phone just fine. This is Annie. Are you able to hear me?
Yes. And you're able to
Okay.
hear me.
Yep,
And,
you sound fine, as does our new member.
Directors.
So it's just the speaker in the room, Adrian. Why don't we go ahead and try to proceed again?
Great, thank you. I, Scott Sakakihara,
I, Scott Sakakihara,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California,
That I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Thank you.
Thank you very much and welcome. All right, with that, can we go ahead and have a roll call, please?
Thank you. Alameda County. Berkeley. Dublin.
Here.
Emeryville.
Present.
Fremont. Hayward.
Here.
Lathrop. Livermore. Here. Newark. Oakland. Piedmont.
Present.
San Leandro. Stockton. Tracy. Union City.
Here.
Community Advisory Committee. Albany.
Here.
Pleasanton.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. With this, we'll move to Pledge of Allegiance. If Mayor Gonsalves could lead us in the pledge. Please rise if you are able.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Just so that I take care of a few housekeeping matters for everyone in the room and online. There is a large number of people in the room, so if you are online and wish to speak, try to use your raise hand function. I will try to do my best to pause the requisite amount of time. We do have a few minor agenda amendments or changes I wanted to bring to everyone's attention. Items 17, 18, and 19 is our closed session. We are going to slide those in at 9 3/4, right after the regular agenda heading, or before item 10. May the record reflect that Member Cox is attending or here. So that is the first change that we'll be making. The second is we're waiting on the full legislative team for item 12. We'll monitor that, and we may slide that a little further as time permits or requires. We also have a time limit on the room, as everyone's aware of, 10 o'clock. So we'll try to keep that in mind as we work through the agenda tonight, and I appreciate everyone's succinct comments. With that, we are moving to item number 3, public comment. This item is reserved for persons wishing to address the board on any AVA community energy related matters that are not otherwise on this agenda. Public comments on matters listed on the agenda shall be heard at that time when the matter is called. At this time, we will be limiting the comment time to 2 minutes. And Member Worsley's here, if we can reflect that on the record.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. I was just trying to chime in on that. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, so with that, public comment.
Thank you. We have one hand raised. Tom Kelly, you're recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Adrian. I know that we have a relatively new board that hasn't really had much of an introduction to the history of the founding of EBE and AVA, but one of the key components of the whole effort to get AVA off the ground was its promise to produce fewer GHGs, greenhouse gases, than PG&E. And unfortunately, over the last several years, it's been unable to do so. I just wanted to point out that there have been a couple of articles in The Guardian lately about the despair that climate scientists are feeling about the speed at which we are surpassing 1.5 degrees Celsius as an average increase in the temperature of the planet, and that we're well on our way to 3 degrees Celsius, which essentially is going to make the planet uninhabitable. In 2022, EBCE was responsible for 1.1 million tons of CO2, which is exacerbating the climate crisis we're all facing. I hope that this board will direct the CEO and staff to comply with the Joint Powers Agreement and quickly reduce and eliminate all greenhouse gas emissions from EBCE's power mix. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan Ackerman, you're recognized for 2 minutes. My apologies. I'm not sure. We were not able to hear you. Let me unmute you. Jordan Ackerman, you're recognized for 2 minutes. Will you please unmute yourself? Otherwise, we'll come back to Jordan Ackerman. Dave Shulka, you're recognized for 2 minutes. Oh, my apologies. That's later in the meeting. There are no further hands raised.
Can we try to go back to Jordan?
Okay. Jordan Ackerman, you're recognized for 2 minutes. Will you please unmute yourself?
Any luck? Okay, sorry about that, Jordan. It looks like we're having technical difficulties hearing you. If you'd like to write in your comments to the board, we can distribute it from there. So, okay, with that, we'll close public comment and be moving to the consent agenda. Consent items are items number 4 through 9. Not at, excuse me, would you like to comment during public comment, open for matters not on the agenda? Yes. Okay, sorry. So yes, please go ahead if you are in the room and would like to comment, if you don't mind lining up behind Ms. Tovar, and we will reopen public comment. 2 minutes, please, Adrian.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. That moved really fast. Jessica Tovar with East Bay Clean Power Alliance and the local Clean Energy Alliance. One thing I want to make, and I've said this before, the whole point of this agency is to do local development and to support communities that need more investment in the clean energy economy, but also other solutions. And one of the things I want to really urge you to is to expand the definition on what a resilience hub is. We really need investments that address the needs of community-based organizations. There's the day-to-day needs, like refrigeration, for example, air filtration, We've talked about, other needs on the day-to-day. We need money for organizing and planning for disaster. And some organizations actually need resources to plan for actually getting to a point of readiness for microgrids. So one of the things I really want to emphasize is that we actually do more investments and widen, the definition for resilience. Community-based organizations are doing everything they can with very minimal resources, and we need more resources towards that. So I'm really urging the agency to expand the definition on what a resilience hub is. It's not just solar and storage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
May I speak?
Yes, please.
Thank
Adrian,
you.
are you ready?
Audrey Chinose, East Bay Clean Power Alliance and the California Alliance for Community Energy. I'm speaking to the subject very similar to Jessica's, but actually asking for more investment. I usually comment via Zoom, but today's meeting is too important, I think, to rely on a digital connection. Although Ava Community Energy is now only one of many CCAs and munis in California, Ava has the growing expertise and financial strength now to lead the way in addressing two of the hardest to solve problems plaguing the clean energy landscape. And that is social inequality of underserved communities and the obstacles to promoting local distributed energy resources, DERs, particularly in light of California's significant reduction of the incentive for rooftop solar that was passed last year, NEM 3. The resilience hubs proposed by LCEA and other local clean energy groups can help to relieve both of these problems. Resilience hubs are in essence microgrids that will reach into underserved communities, both large and small, but they must also be long-lasting. We all now agree that the climate crisis is here to stay. Accordingly, we think we need to think of resilience hubs as fundamental fixtures of the community. Establishing them will not be easy, and nor will they be cheap. But given Ava's growing technical expertise and financial strength and expanding service territory, a $15 million allocation does not seem unreasonable. 20 more seconds. Finally, staff could perhaps start right away by including resilience hub microgrids in its thinking on DERMS, agenda item 14. Tonight, if the board approves
I'm sorry,
it,
we'll have to ask you to stop. Thank you very much.
too bad, okay.
Okay.
But
Appreciate it. We'll have to ask
Keep
you to
on
stop
going.
for equality. Thank you. All right, apologize for that. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to address the board for items that are not on the agenda? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Susan Silber. I work with a nonprofit called Collective Resilience. I've spent the past 7 years supporting and catalyzing developing resilience hubs. And thank you so much to Ava Energy's support for a workshop I'm doing entitled Building Momentum for Resilience Hubs. I've seen the huge enthusiasm and support and need for resilience hubs everywhere. We very much appreciate your proposal to support resilience hubs, but I want to be clear, resilience hubs are so much more than microgrids. This is a definition that must be community-led, must be holistic, and rooted in programming as well. There's 3 pillars to resilience hubs as they're defined by environmental justice communities. One, that they are learning living labs for climate solutions. They can be around community gardens, aquaponic systems, committed to low waste. Yes, microgrids as well, of course. And then secondly, that they're gathering spaces for information and supplies during extreme weather events. And third, perhaps most important, that they are places for people to build trust and community with each other. So we need funding to support all of this, not just the microgrids, because it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of effort to establish these microgrids. And believe me, every community wants them. Everybody community needs them. So we urge you to fund the network piece, funding a coalition. We urge you to fund the programming side, and we urge you to fund micro grants, smaller grants, not just funding for the bigger projects like microgrids, but smaller projects as well. We're at a make or break moment in history here, and we need lots of resilience, lots and lots of resilience hubs everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan Ackerman, you're recognized for 2 minutes.
I just wanted to make sure that my audio came through the first time. Did my comments come through the first time or no?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Jordan Ackerman. I'm with the Construction Trades Workforce Initiative, CTWI. We represent the building trades of the East Bay. CTWI and the Alameda County Building Trades have been pleased to work with our environmental and environmental justice partners to advance equitable development with the CCAs. We appreciate this board's commitment to small, local, and emerging businesses, prioritizing local and targeted hire and training of apprentices. We're really excited that AVA is about to launch its critical municipal facilities program, which is a really big deal. We want to thank staff for taking the time to talk with labor about that program. And we would like the opportunity to meet with the developer of these systems to make sure that skilled union workers and local apprentices are on the job for the project. And we would like to see that done before the board takes any final action on the project if possible. Lastly, I just wanted to voice our support for AVA's investment in these community resilience hubs. We support that. And as that project rolls out, we would ask that you engage with local community-based organizations in the selection of those resilience hubs, prioritizing site locations in low-income BIPOC communities who need that investment the most. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Larry Gosselin, you're recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I am the co-chair of the Sierra Club Bay Area's Chapter Energy and Climate Change Committee. I'd like to reiterate the message of our friends in the trades and note that in addition to environmental protection, the Sierra Club policy includes equitable development standards for area community choice aggregators. To meet that goal, the Sierra Club supports AVA's leadership with equitable development, including support of small, local, and emerging businesses, local and targeted hiring practices, apprenticeship training, community benefit procurement policies, and adaptive local business plans. I want to address 2 related programs that accomplish 2 important goals. The first is enhancing community resilience. I think that's been spoken to well tonight. Microgrids are an essential component of community resilience. Second, providing good jobs and training opportunities for area residents is absolutely essential. To ensure dependable microgrids, we have to have fair-paying jobs and the people to man the positions necessary for maintenance and construction of those microgrids. Having the developer work with the building trades to develop a project labor agreement that is completed before the board takes final action on the project is absolutely essential. The Sierra Club also supports the local Clean Energy Alliance calling for energy equity by investing at least $15 million into community resilience hubs. This program offers the chance to provide high-value work in the most impacted communities. It is aligned well with your values and ours, and we encourage your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hold on 1 second. So Guido Nunez Guernica, you're recognized for 2 minutes. Will you go?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to the board. I would like to make a comment on the issue of nuclear power. I know that it's a hard pill to swallow for a lot of people, but AVA has grown a lot. And
that topic is later on the agenda. Do you have something for not on the agenda at this time? Do you mind resetting this time?
Then I guess my turn to speak is later.
Yes, please, if you don't mind, when we're on that agenda item. This is for items that are not on the, for matters that are not on the agenda at this time.
It's a misunderstanding. That's how I was so unprepared. Thank you very much. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And I also have Kelly Lynn is signed up for public comment. Kelly, if you,
Can I pause you a minute, Adrian?
yes.
Just for anyone in the room that would like to speak, if you don't mind lining up in the middle aisle, we're going to proceed through still the virtual speakers. But if there's anyone in the room that would like to speak, you would line up at the podium down the middle aisle. So we'll continue with this. And these are for matters that are not on tonight's agenda, please. Okay.
Great.
Thank you, Adrian. Give us one moment. We're going to finish the virtual first, and then go from there. No additional virtual?
There is one hand raised.
Okay.
Yes. Kelly Lynn, you're recognized for 2 minutes.
Hi, sorry. I would like to speak later, when we're at the agenda item. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any additional virtual public comments before we go back to the
There
room?
are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, so we're going back to the room, and are you ready, Adrian?
Yes.
Okay, 2 minutes, welcome.
Hi, my name is Jesse Gutierrez. I am a student at CSU East Bay studying public health, and I'm working with the local Clean Energy Alliance. And we wish that AVA Community Energy understands what resilience hubs means to us as people and members of the community. We ask AVA to further expand its budget and its investment into resilience hubs. And what a resilience hub is a local community-based organization, a place that will help the community fight against disaster and rebuild itself without needing outside help. This is crucial as climate change becomes inevitable, and it is crucial for our community to grow stronger together with the help of companies like AVA Clean Energy, which have surplus in their budgets and are more than able to help build resilience in our communities. And I, as a public health student, understand this at a level of detail that should be understood and spoken out to the rest of the public. And a resilience hub is not only just storing energy from solar and wind, but it is providing resources that are vital to underserved communities in the Bay Area and around the country. A resilience hub will provide information, jobs, clean energy, food, clean water, and a safe place to organize and grow and build resilience from natural disasters that unfortunately are becoming an extremely real reality. And as a community, as people, as the human race, we need to get together and fight this together, because this is not a matter of if, but a matter of when. Thank you.
Thank you. Navreet Purewal, recognized for 2 minutes.
Adrian, I want to try to finish the room first, and then we'll go. So do you mind holding on that first? Okay,
Great.
so we'll ask the virtual to hold on a minute. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak at this time? Sorry, Adrian, I just wanted to try to do one side or the other. Both flanks feel like they're being hit right now. Okay, let's go back to virtual, please.
Great,
Yes, thank you.
Navreet, you're recognized for 2 minutes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Navreet Purewal, a recent graduate from UC Berkeley with a degree in immunology and a minor in human rights, and I'm currently interning with Physicians for Social Responsibility in San Francisco. My passion for community well-being and sustainability stems from my background in science and human rights. As someone deeply invested in public health, social justice, and human rights, I know the crucial role that resilient communities play in climate-related challenges. Resilience hubs will give essential services like showers, job support, and microgrid planning, yet they're often underfunded, particularly in BIPOC communities disproportionately affected by climate change. I urge AVA to commit $15 million for a community resilience hub program, ensuring equitable access and defining resilience hubs through a social and environmental justice lens. Regarding nuclear energy, it's crucial for AVA Community Energy to reject PG&E's offer of nuclear power. AVA has previously considered accepting nuclear power from PG&E on 3 separate occasions despite loud opposition from the community.
Yeah, my apologies. We're accepting public comment for items that are not on the agenda.
Oh, okay.
Great, thank you. There's no further public.
Oh, okay, one more in the room. Okay, so just to clarify, these are for matters not on the agenda tonight. Yeah, welcome. Yeah. Sorry, that's all we got.
Hi, my name is Naya, and I am an Oakland resident, and I'm also an East Oakland community organizer with CBE, Communities for a Better Environment. And yeah, I'm also here to talk about resilience hubs. And something that comes to mind first is where resilience hubs should be. And I think something, when we're thinking about where resources should be, it should be where people trust. So when we're thinking about locations of resilience hubs, our communities are not thinking about places that are near police stations, fire stations. These are unsafe environments for a lot of the communities that are most impacted by climate disasters, that are most impacted by injustices. And so that is something that I want to come and bring to your attention if you have not already thought about this, because yeah, as an organizer, I talk with so many people in deep East Oakland, and they talk to me about the things that they need. And the first thing that they talk about is not, oh, I need a solar panel, or I need this. They say, you know, I need resources on like how to find a sustainable job. I need food. I need a place to refrigerate my food. I need a place where, you know, they do say, like, I need a place where I can have resources for my medical needs and things like that. And so thinking about it holistically, right? Thinking about where is the safe place and where they can get all the resources that they need. So yeah, just hoping that when we're having discussions about the budget later, that we're really thinking about investing in places where communities feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll just go one more round. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? This is item 3, public comment on items not on the agenda. Is there anyone online?
No.
Okay, we are closing this item. Okay, I'm going to say this last time. If you'd like to speak, stand up and get in line now. Okay, we will open this up, and there you go.
I was out of the room, apologies. My name is Elsa Davis Potter. I'm a resident of Oakland and also a part of the electrician program at Laney. And yeah, similarly to the previous people who have spoken, I'd like to really advocate for the increased funding towards distributed energy resources, and specifically when we're thinking about those resources that are located in areas where people are able to access them. I was just today up at Marin Clean Energy's 10 megawatt solar farm, and it's great to see it. It's great to be able to have that experience as a part of the program at Laney. But again, they're talking about moving that energy and putting it into green hydrogen for Amazon vehicles. That's not really what we're talking about here. We're talking about community benefits. So, you know, with the budget that's available here at Ava Community Energy, I'd really like to advocate for those resources going to people who are able to use them. And as Naya was just saying previously, not at places that people don't feel safe. But we know that there's so many needs that people have, especially during crises, but also just in the day-to-day, for food to be refrigerated, for medical equipment to be able to be charged. So we really need people to be able to access those, and that's the great benefit that distributed energy resources can offer us, where they can be located in communities and they don't have to be out in the Central Valley. It doesn't have to be a 10 megawatt solar farm. It can be directly at a community center. It can be at a library. It can be at all these different locations where people actually feel safe and are able to directly access those resources. That's not available to us with a big coal-fired power plant, natural gas-fired power plant. It's definitely not available to us with Diablo Canyon. So I'd really like to advocate for more funding to be able to go towards those resources. That's really within Ava Community Energy's entire charter, to be able to do things differently than the investor-owned utilities. So that's really what I'd like to push for here, not only on this topic, but also later on when we talk about Diablo Canyon. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Any other speakers?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Seeing no additional public comment is hereby closed. I realize that there's a lot of new individuals in the room, so maybe I went over meeting procedure before, but I'll just take a moment to do it, Chair's prerogative. The general process that we're going to follow tonight is that we will have staff introduce the item. We will then ask for board member to ask clarifying questions of the item, and then we will open it up for public comment. I'll try to do in-room first and then virtual second as a standard process, and then we'll bring it back for the board for deliberations. And that's the standard process we will do. One thing that I don't appreciate, and I'll just say it so we're all clear, is everyone has a right to voice their opinions and their matters, and we want to respect all, including dissenting opinions that may be in the room. So please, if we could just make sure we're not calling out in support or clapping or laughing or any of that, just so we keep it respectful that everyone has an opportunity to speak and voice their opinion, whether it's in agreement with you in the majority or in dissent, right? So everyone's voice is heard so that the board can take the matter up appropriately. With that, we're now moving to the consent calendar. This is items 4 through 9. Yes.
I would like to check if Director Wormsley is at a notice.
Oh, okay. Do you mind stopping this so we can see and check? We have a little bit of procedural process we have to check.
Oh, yes. Hi, it's Director Wormsley. I'm in the room. Thank you for checking.
Thank you very much. Okay. So with that.
And there's 2 of us online that joined around 6:15, just so you know, Director Jorgens from Newark and myself, Teresa Cox from Fremont.
Thank you. Director Wormsley, can you please let us know your remote location?
Yes, I'm at the Hilton Hotel in a remote location. Thank you. In Stockton.
Okay, Director Wormsley, I apologize. That is not a notice location on the agenda tonight.
Uh-oh.
Right.
So we don't
The
have,
Stockton workplace, the Stockton Hilton was not noticed?
apologize, it doesn't appear so at this time.
Okay, all right. Well, since it was improperly noticed, I'll drop out the call. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's the first item. Okay. Yep. Okay, so I think, hold on just a second. 1, 2, 3. We're at 10 members, so we're still formed. Okay. We're at consent. Consent can be passed by one motion, if so choosing. Is there any member in the room who would like to pull anything off of consent at this time? Is there any member online who would like to pull anything from consent at this time? Okay, we noticed that Supervisor Tam has joined us. Does she need to be sworn in? Okay. And Member Tam, are you at the notice location as well?
Yes, I am. I actually joined at 6:03, but I wasn't promoted to panelist until 6:10.
Apologize for that, and thank you, and welcome. Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion for consent calendar. Moved by Member Gonzalez. Seconded by Member Tiedemann. Any public comment? Thank you very much. Any public comment? Boy, I'm not doing very good on this, am I? Any public comment for the consent calendar in the room? Any public comment for the consent calendar online?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, public comment is closed on consent. We have a motion and a second. Any additional comments before we vote? In the room? Member Cal.
Thank you. I just want to say I'm thrilled to see the 2 grants to Rising Sun and Agape coalition kind of group, and that's great. Glad to see it. I hope we can do more of that down in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional comments by members in the room before we take a roll call? Any comments by members online for the consent item? Seeing none, can we proceed to roll call vote, please?
Thank you. Alameda County.
Yes.
Berkeley. Dublin.
Yes.
Emeryville.
Aye.
Fremont.
Yes.
Hayward.
Yes.
Lathrop, Livermore,
Yes.
Newark,
Yes.
Oakland,
Aye.
Piedmont,
Aye.
San Leandro,
Aye.
Stockton, Tracy,
Yes.
Union City,
Aye.
Albany,
Aye.
Pleasanton.
Aye.
The minutes are approved, or the consent calendar is approved.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. So with that, we are going to, as I mentioned earlier, we have readjusted the agenda. Apologize for those who may have joined us a little bit late. At this time, we have moved items 17, 18, and 19, which is our closed session, to 9 3/4, just because my son likes Harry Potter. And we will be moving to those at this time. Then we will resume the regular meeting for those in the room and online that are watching. So with that, item 17 is closed session public comment. These are any member that wishes to speak on our closed session item. Any public comment in the room? Please stand at this time. Yeah, we have moved items. We've moved it up. Items 17, 18, and 19 will go in that order at this time. So public comment, item 17.
Okay, I want to make a comment on the hiring of the CEO. One thing I want to emphasize is that the Community Advisory Committee had been very active in part of like interviewing and meeting the candidates for the CEO. But additionally, similarly in other roles like fielding applications for grants, et cetera. So I really want to encourage engaging the Community Advisory Committee to be part of this decision of hiring a new CEO, because we do need somebody who's going to best interact with the community and definitely listen to us with full respect. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any additional public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, public comment is closed. We are now moving to item 18, closed session for the members on Zoom. That should have been a calendar invite to you with the Zoom link. And we will proceed to closed session at this time. Thank you very much.
Adrian, I'd asked for the link to the closed session, please. Adrian?
It should be in your calendar.
Okay. I will look for it. I has just sent another email because I don't see it here.
I'll send it to you now.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for your patience while we did that. And with that, we are now at item number 19, which is general report out of closed session. You want to just say no?
No reportable action.
Thank you.
Per the direction of our board
Council.
council.
Okay. Okay, so with that, we are resuming the previously agendized agenda. And we move to item 10, the CEO report. It's an informational item.
Okay, in the interest of time and the long agenda, I will move through this one quickly. We have an executive committee coming up on June 5th. We had a FAP meeting this past Wednesday and another one in July. On the new employee front, we have hired an outreach consultant, Sebastian. I'm sorry, Sebastian, I may not totally accurately pronounce your last name, Fatohi. And Sebastian will be predominantly doing outreach for live events for us. Member Cal did note, and I just wanted to highlight our community investment grants. So today we've already approved two $300,000 grants, so $600,000 of grants to the Rising Sun Center for Opportunity and the Agape Initiative. Both are focused on workforce training for youth. So training the youth for clean energy careers of the future in both Alameda and San Joaquin counties. And then on the Resilience Hub funding front, just wanted to note that as things currently stand, this is predominantly from funds that have already been appropriated from this current operating budget. We have $14.9 million that are earmarked. That is not counting this coming year's budget. So this current operating year's budget, $14.9 million are currently earmarked for supporting resilience hubs. That's $10 million in upfront incentives. That $10 million is an estimate that's based on what our end of year financials end up at. I think that potentially will end up being a somewhat conservative number because our year-to-date actuals have been better than our estimates. And if you recall, we have a waterfall where at the end of the year, there's money that's left over, gets split 60-40 between customer benefits or rate reductions and incentives for solar. And of that, 40% is being allocated to resilience hubs. So that would be $22 million overall for solar and storage in this current year's operating budget estimate. Of that, 10 million towards resilience hubs. We did approve an ongoing incentive program for solar and storage, I believe at our last meeting. So if you look at that, the estimate would be about $2.6 million for resilience hubs, assuming with a certain set of assumptions around how many projects are able to be supported by that 10 million. We do have a $2 million technical assistance program, and then a $300,000 resilience hub grant. So $14.9 million from the current budget. We will talk a little bit more about incremental funds that we would expect to go to support all sorts of solar and storage in the coming year's budget.
That concludes your report?
That concludes my report. Yes.
Okay. Are there any clarifying questions on this item by members in the room? Any clarifying questions by members online? Seeing none, are there any public comment for item 10 at this time? Please approach the podium. Okay.
Yes, Tovar.
Yes, Jessica Tovar, Local Clean Energy Alliance and the East Bay Clean Power Alliance. I want to point out, and we've said this before and you heard it from other folks, you know, it's great that we're offering incentives for solar and storage. It's great that we're allocating money towards that. But I want to also just really be clear that $2 million for Resilience Hub technical assistance was like allocated, what, a year or two ago? That $300,000 grant, again, something that was allocated like a year or two ago. You know, I think this is part of the problem, is like everything's piecemealed. It appears like there's all this money that's gonna be granted, and then it just sits. It doesn't actually get allocated. And we've said it many times that we need a lot more money to go towards community-based organizations for grants. $50,000 grants, for example, over 3 years, adding up to $150,000 in addition to the larger grants. And then we've also said many a times that there's other resilience needs. Community-based organizations need to pay staff. They need to do a lot of planning. They need to offer day-to-day services. I have one organization that's saying, you know, we actually have a warehouse with a rooftop, but the rooftop's not good enough for solar and storage. So what we would like is to have a mobile solar system that we can bring outside, set up, so the unhoused can charge up their cell phones. And when the power goes out and we have an outage, the community can come out and just, you know, power up to make phone calls or do whatever they need to do. So things that are more like immediate need. And then the readiness. Not every organization is ready for the solar and storage. It is very much been needed. It was something we asked for back in 2020 when we were literally left in the dark during a heat wave, during the pandemic. I mean, there was so much happening and heavy smoke outside. That's my time. I just really want to emphasize that we widen the definition. Thanks.
Okay, are there any additional speakers in the room? Please come to the podium. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jennifer Lomelli, and I'm here from Emerald Cities Collaborative, Northern California, and also as an East Oakland resident. I'm here to support my colleagues and those that spoke before me to invest and widen the definition and the funds available for community resilience hubs. Just want to echo that just increasing hazards that are going on year by year are greatly affecting my community and my neighbors. And yeah, just especially, I'm just trying to recall, like during our extreme heat days, how much, how stressful it is to just think that like, oh, like power might shut off, or we probably can't get fan, no AC, all of these essential services that could really, really benefit from having a resiliency hub, but we need more resources and more funding to not only get solar and microgrids, but also get the community together to provide their input, be compensated for that time, and also to have that money be passed down to all these CBOs that are down on the ground, provide all of these resources in additional languages. A lot of folks don't really understand what's coming ahead. And I'm really worried, especially for them and elders in my community that really need these resources. And yeah, I have a few seconds left. Just trying to echo what everyone has said. And yeah, I really hope that you guys can think a little bit further about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any additional speakers in the room? Seeing none, virtual, please.
There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, public comment is closed. This is an informational item, but I will bring it back to the board for any comments. Do any members in the room have any comments on this item? Any members online? Oh, sorry, Livermore.
Okay, I guess they're upset about how quickly the money gets dispersed. Is there a way that we can track that or push it out a little quicker? And the other thing is that they're talking about mobile solar panels. Who does that? Where do we get that stuff? Do we just say, okay, here's money, go get some? Or do we, because I'm afraid that we're just throwing money out there and I don't want to see it wasted. And the other thing is, do people come to the city? Because I haven't heard this in Livermore. No one's approached us about getting these resilient sites set up. And I think it's a good idea, you know, for the people to plug in somewhere and recharge with whatever they need to recharge.
There may be companies that provide that particular solution. Surely there are. We haven't done much work diligencing that. I do share your concern about non-fixed infrastructure and paying for those things, and then potentially those things, how do you guarantee that they're going to persist? And that is one of the reasons why we have had an emphasis on partnering with our cities and our local governments to build these resilience hubs on those facilities. There was a comment made earlier about libraries and community centers, needing them there. Those are municipal facilities, and we are working with libraries and community centers, among other things, to create resilience by installing solar and storage. To your comment about the disbursement of funds, we're in the active process of scoping out the qualifications for the resilience grant. That's the $300,000. And we are, once we have some of that scope, we're able to start deploying the $2 million. I will note, all of those funds were approved in this last year's budget. So this is not a 2-year, like that was approved the last year budget. We're operating against that directive, and are really excited to get our whole solar and storage incentive initiative off the ground.
Okay, yeah, Member Roche.
Thanks. Yeah, I just want to ask, because it sounds like maybe there's a bigger conversation about the definition of resilience hubs and, what we want to include in that, like, what is the right format to have that discussion? Is that a future agenda item? Is that under the budget discussion? When could that
So our staff has had at least one workshop with the CAC, and that would be something that would be appropriate to potentially bring back to the board at a future date. I guess I will note that in the past, when staff has brought proposals to expand funding beyond energy-specific initiatives to fund more social services, we have had very, very strong pushback from the board and from the community, actually, that we're not focused on energy resilience. So we focused as a result, based on that direction from the board, on funding the energy infrastructure itself. But I guess we're hearing some different perspectives now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe,
And Member Roche, I think either at the budget process, which is obviously our responsibility as the electeds, or a matter initiated if the members so wish at the end of the meeting.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Member Calvin.
Thank you. On the Resilience Hub questions, I think it'd be great to have a study session with the board, inviting obviously staff and outside experts if there are any to be identified, and public, of course, could say everything they want to say, and an opportunity for us to, and maybe city representatives who have engaged already and created resilience hubs in their cities, and see what the full range of definitions and options might be. And I think having a study session on this for the board would be a way to do that, help us do that.
Howard did remind me that one of the expected use of that grant is to actually engage with experts to put together case studies and help actually provide a informed based on the experiences for projects out there across the country. So that is in motion.
And if I just may clarify, to confirm, Nick, this is kind of the first year we've actually had sufficient funding to do this, right? That was the premise of what you said about the budget now being done. We had it audited, and now we've allocated the funding predicated on those results.
So the incentive funds have not been finalized yet, because it was approved in this current operating year's budget. So we will not know until October, November what the final number is. We'll have a pretty good sense. Once we, in August, September, when we provide sort of unaudited financials, and even by the summer, we'll have a pretty good sense. But until we actually complete the audit, we don't know what the final numbers are, and then are not able to say allocate to reserves either, right? We don't allocate to reserves until we close the books on the year.
Okay, so just a follow-up. Nick, you made a point of some earlier discussions and suggested limits on how we engage in this resilience hubs related to energy. Of course, a lot of resilience hubs, not all, but many are called climate resilience hubs, which certainly relate to what we do, but some elements of those may go beyond, you know, solar and storage. And so there is a range in terms of connexus to EPC, I owe a quarter for that one. Ava Community Energy. There is a range, and that I think a study session with expert input and so on would help us kind of flesh that out. So, yeah.
Okay. Any additional comments by members in the room? Okay, seeing none. Members online, virtual, any additional comments on this item, the informational item? Seeing none, we're going to close that item and we'll be moving to item number 11, our CAC. I don't think, do we have our CAC?
Yes,
chair?
we do.
Oh,
Nikki Souza's
Yes.
online.
oh, thank you. Our CAC report. So this is item number 11.
I didn't realize that I was going to be giving the report, but I will tell you that this was unanimously approved by the CAC, and I'm just turning on my.
Congratulations for the field promotion. Could you-
And so, you know, we did want to promote this, and also that
Could you
there were some
apologize?
other comments about
Could
it surrounding.
Sorry, could I apologize? What
Sure.
item is the CAC unanimously in support of or approving?
Oh, pardon me, the resilience hubs,
Okay.
Again, I apologize. I wasn't necessarily prepared to give the CAC report. I thought the chair was going to, but I can respond to any of it. I just need to pull up my notes right now. Okay.
So why don't we, if you don't mind, if you have any comments on any items on the agenda, just join in with the members. And
Okay.
we can handle them there and go from there. Appreciate it.
I totally apologize for this.
Oh, no apology necessary.
Thank you. Let me just bring it
on
up.
this agenda, you would, okay, so with that, I'll open it up to any clarifying questions by members in the room for the CAC at this time. Any questions by members virtual for the CAC at this time? I don't presume, but is there any public comment in the room for the CAC item at this time? Seeing none, is there any public comment virtual for the CAC at this time?
There are no hands raised.
Public comment is closed. Any further deliberation? Seeing none, we are concluding that item and moving to item number 12. The legislative update. This is an action item. Staff, can we go ahead and have the presentation, please? Welcome.
Thank you. All right, thank you for having me here tonight. Alec Ward, Principal Legislative Manager with Ava. I am joined here tonight also by Femi Bodiarto. She's the analyst on our policy team, and also Dan Shaw. He is a consultant legislative advocacy expert for us, and he works for Omni Government Relations. So yeah, I'm here tonight to give our annual big update on all the bills and excitement that's happening in Sacramento. So we can go to the next slide. So for the agenda, Dan's going to start us off, giving us a rundown of some timelines and context for a lot of the bills we're seeing this year. I'll step in and talk about our legislative platform just momentarily, but we'll really spend the majority of the time, the real meat of it, which is going through the 11 bills that we have recommended for you all to vote on tonight. We have positions as well to go along with those. So to start off, I believe the next slide, we'll start with Dan.
Oh. Thank you, Alec. Dan Shaw again with Omni Government Relations. Your lobbyist in Sacramento. You see before you just a snapshot of key dates of where we are roughly in the legislative calendar for the year. We're almost at the halfway point in the legislative process where bills in their House of Origin was passed by the end of this month. June 15th, of course, is the deadline for the legislature to pass a budget. I expect it to meet this deadline. Notwithstanding the difficult budget year, the budget to be signed by the governor by July 1st. You can see some of the other deadlines. I won't go through them, but August 31st, last day of the session. Next slide. Turning to the core work of the legislature, over 2,200 bills were introduced this year. This is roughly average compared to recent years. And some of the dominant themes, retail crime, AI, electricity affordability, insurance coverage, crisis concerning the insurance coverage. You're probably all aware of the state's difficult budget year this year. In the May revision, or the update to the budget released last week by the governor projected a $28 billion deficit. State revenues across the board have fallen dramatically. Capital gains has consistently been the most volatile income source. In the energy and climate space, of the roughly $7 billion in general fund budget solutions proposed by the governor, about half is proposed to be cut or eliminated, and half shifted to other funds, including the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which has been quite robust in recent years. So thankfully, there's available, at least proposed available funding to backfill some of the general fund cuts. Of the cuts, just examples, almost $400 million proposed to be cut from ZEV, EV-related charging incentives, $130 million from building decarbonization programs, $11 million from incentives for load reduction and backup generation, and $350 million from residential solar and storage incentives administered by the CPUC via the self-generation incentive program. So very substantial cuts to climate and energy programs. Again, proposed, kicks off a robust debate between the houses and the governor. We'll likely see some pushback against those cuts. As to be seen, it's a very, very difficult budget hole to fill. A little bit of good news, a bill that Ava supported last year, SB 410, that would set energization deadlines, require the PUC to set energization deadlines by this coming September. The governor proposed funding in the May revision to implement that program. This fall will be another banner election year with 34 incumbent members of both houses terming out or resigning. As a result, over 1/4 of the entire legislature will be newly elected, on top of 32 new members elected last year. This year, we welcomed a new member to Ava's legislative delegation, Assemblymember Heath Flora, representing parts of Stockton and San Joaquin County. You also see listed members of our delegation who will be departing the legislature at the end of the year. Finally, with new members come new leadership. As you may know, Speaker Robert Rivas assumed his leadership post last July. Senator Mike McGuire became the President Pro Tem of the Senate, effective this past February. Change in leadership brought new committee chairs as well in both houses, including a new Assembly Utilities and Energy Chair, Assemblymember Connie Petrie-Norris, and new budget chairs, Assemblymember Jesse Gabriel and Senator Scott Wiener. Move on to the next slide. Just some high-level dominant themes reflected in more prominent or high-profile legislation this year. I won't go through the non-energy ones. Regarding clean energy, I think affordability remains a top concern, top bipartisan concern. Bills have been introduced to everything to reduce rates, roll back fixed charges, and also restore net metering in some shape or form. Most of these bills have failed to advance or have been significantly amended, reflecting the deference the legislature continues to give to the PUC, the challenges in crafting effective alternatives, or simply politics in opposition to some of these bills. Reliability and interconnection also remain front and center, though slightly less so as we experienced above average precipitation and new generation storage, utility scale storage have come online.
So for our legislative platform, this is is a very handy device we have at our disposal. It was created by the board a number of years ago, and it's what AVA's staff uses to determine which bills are we going to bring in front of you and what positions are we going to recommend. So it's actually included in your pamphlet. It has three main priorities: accelerating decarbonization, promoting local development, and stabilizing community choice. And it's not an action item to approve the platform because it's not changing this year. It's just been slightly altered to obviously change our name and update all the board members and some contact information. And then, so with that platform, we come to you all with the positions that we recommend. You all vote and determine which positions we end up finalizing. And then after that, it's our job to go out there as AVA staff and with Dan Sacramento and to really promote these bills. So next slide, please. All right, so yeah, right into the meat of it. We have 11 bills, so we're cognizant a lot on the schedule today. We'll move through them very quickly. Well, the really exciting thing about this year is there are 11 support positions that we're recommending and 0 opposed or opposed unless amended. So I don't think that's happened before since I've been here, and hopefully it'll continue happening, but it's very rare. It goes to show that we really are building our relationships in Sacramento, and that's something we want to really leverage in future years too. And we also have some bills designated watch. So these are bills that are still very important, very relevant to us, but for some reason we haven't yet taken a position on. Maybe we're working on it, maybe we're looking at it, doing a little more analysis, but we'll talk about it as we go through. So FEBI is going to start off, but I'm actually going to jump out of order here just to begin with AB 1999. I think this is one that many are aware of. This is income graduated fixed charge bill. Michael did a really great presentation last board meeting where he walked through the very strong opinions on each side here. It's a very contentious item. We thought that this bill actually was dead. It didn't make it out of hearing initially, but it was kind of dusted off from the dead last week. It was amended, and today actually had its first hearing, which I'll talk about in a second. So what the bill used to do, it used to say, you know, the legislature ordered the PUC to create these new income graduated fixed charges. This bill would have stepped that back and said, we're going to keep things the way they are, which is all income graduated fixed charges have to be capped at $5 for CareFair customers, 10 at non-CareFair customers. So in the meantime, last Thursday, the PUC did vote through their income graduated fixed charges. They are currently, so now this is the rule. It will be $6 for CARE customers, 12 for FARA, 24 for the rest of customers. That was a consensus, common negotiation. That's where they landed on it. So now this bill has been amended, as I said later last week. So it does a couple other things. The main two really are, it says that the PUC cannot raise these set income graduated fixed charges by more than inflation. So that's a new sideboard that is adding on, a new limitation. And then one more sideboard also is that these new IGFC, these new fixed charge rates have to end by 2028. I don't think they fully expect it to. It just means that they'll have to go back to the legislature before then and make sure it doesn't sunset. They'll probably debate it out and figure out, are these levels right? How do we move forward from here? So it's very early in the process. That's where we're still in watch. This bill is changing quite rapidly. The hearing today was very long and had a lot of strong opinions on each side. Something that was notable was the strongest evidence being used during this hearing was AVA's analysis. We did a very thorough analysis that Michael presented on the impacts of our customers by class on this bill, and it was brought up, I think, like 5 or 6 times. So they know that we're a really helpful resource here, and that this is an issue that's near dear to us. So yeah, I'll turn it over to Febby.
Good evening, members of the board. So I will go ahead and present on several bills relating to Brown Act issues, affordability, building decarbonization. And so we can start with AB 817 here on the slides. This is a Pacheco bill. This allows member of a subsidiary body. For instance, this would impact AVA's Community Advisory Committee, the CAC, to call in remotely and, more importantly, to not disclose their location. This particular teleconferencing rules will not only create greater participation during the CAC meetings, but it would also retain and attract members, especially those with economic or physical limitations. So this is one that we propose a recommended support position on. I'll move quickly, skip over 1999. The next one is AB 2329, Maratsuchi Bill. This would establish the Climate Equity Trust Fund, and this would funnel money, particularly directly to low-income customers, to promote affordable electric rates. So as we all know, and we've been hearing over and over again, affordability is a really big concern for Californians. So this specifically creates a framework in which Californians can receive direct funding from cap and trade, state and federal monies, such as the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. So this is one that we also recommend a support position on. AB 2672, this is a Petrie-Norris bill. And so the next two bills, actually, 2672 and 1130, they deal with reforming or changing these low-income assistance programs that we're familiar with, CARE and FARA. So 2672 creates greater access. It opens up the eligibility requirements for CARE programs, specifically for our residents living in public housing facilities, facilitated or administered by the project Home Key Housing Facilities. So we know that those Project Home Key Housing Facilities are located in many of our cities in our service area, including Hayward, Union City, Oakland, and Stockton. So this bill would ensure that those residents are receiving the CARE discount. And then 1130, SB 1130, the Bradford bill. This is looking at expanding FARA. So this is the 18% discounts that customers receive depending on their income threshold. Currently, the FARA program requires that the household must have 3 people or more. This bill actually removes that requirement. So if you are one individual in the home, you can qualify for the FARA program, which of course expands the program so that more participants can receive that discount. And then a watch bill, just something that seems to continue to change, so that's why we are recommending a watch position, is 1142. This would add protections for customers at risk of disconnections. We feel like this bill is not very strong, and so we're going to continue watching in case there are amendments. Can we move on to the next slide, please? Okay, so the electric vehicle bill we're also watching here is AB 2427. This is a McCarty bill, and it orders the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, also known as GoBiz, to receive information from local governments, like member agencies under AVA, to help create checklists and populate information regarding best practices to streamline curbside charging stations in the service area. We are continuing to watch this because we've been in conversation with many of our city's environmental sustainability officers. So we've been in conversation with City of Oakland, City of Stockton, to ensure that this aligns with their climate action plans. And then under the building decarb related bills, we have SB 1054. This is a Rubio bill. Another watch bill. We're not recommending any support or opposed position right now. It requires that the California Energy Commission, also known as the CEC, to work with gas corporations to award grants to support low-income households as they transition from gas to zero-emitting household appliances. We're currently on a watch for this one because there needs to be more clarity related to who should win the award or grants, who's eligible to win these grants, and ensuring that TCAs should be a part of that as well. And then we have the next 3 bills here I'll be presenting. We're recommending support. So SB 1095 is a Becker bill. This bill specifically streamlines transition from gas to all electric appliances in mobile and manufactured homes. So we know that it will take all types of residents to participate in this just transition from gas, moving away from gas to all electric in mobile and manufactured homes. So we are recommending a support position on that. And then SB 1210, this is a Skinner bill. This one went through several amendments. This one is looking at transmission and service connections. So it would require investor-owned utilities like PG&E to post online schedules and fees for new housing service connections. We think that this could be very important in collecting data related to transmission issues, potentially looking at ways that we can better reinvest in our T&D infrastructure. And then SB 1221 MIN, this may look familiar to some of you. We approved a support position last year for SB 527 MIN. That died last year, so this is a revamp this year under the new number 1221. And this would also require investor-owned utilities to file annually a gas map. And the gas map would show potential sites where gas distribution lines need to be replaced, and therefore electrification could then be the alternative if cost effective. What's great about this bill, we think, is that it is a very holistic approach to looking at electrification because it's zonal. It's not building by building, it's looking at neighborhood wide. And so this is one that we would recommend a support position on. And then I will pass it to Alec to finish off here.
Thanks. All right, on the home stretch here. So clean energy bonds. The reason these are both watches are these two bills died last year, but they're kind of placeholders. These conversations continue. It changes by the day as to whether or not we're going to see any clean energy bonds this year. Last year, they were gunning for $2 billion in clean energy. That number will certainly be lower if we end up seeing one, but it could include things from offshore wind, infrastructure, transmission, distribution, a large number of things we could be excited about. So hopefully we see something, and we'll keep you all posted. Next slide, please. So utilities, we have AB 2054, it's Bauer-Cahan. This would prohibit the CUC and CEC commissioners and actually the Public Advocate's Office president from being employed by anyone they regulate within 3 years. So that applies and is probably targeted to the IOUs, but would also apply to the CCAs. And there's also amended in there is a new provision that would increase oversight, trying to prohibit IOU overspending, especially regarding balancing accounts. The next section here, transmission bills. The first two are somewhat similar. What they're trying to get at is transmission build is very expensive, and the utilities, you know, the way they really make their money is doing these big, large infrastructure builds, these new transmission projects. What these two bills are trying to do is saying, are there other alternatives? Are there cheaper alternatives potentially? So AB 2779, Petrie Norris, this would direct CAISO to do a report on the transmission plans of the IOUs and seeing what grid enhancing technologies that they might be capable of. Grid enhancing technologies are software, hardware that can lower congestion on the grid, increase capacity, and efficiency. And then SB 1006, PDEA, this would require the IOUs themselves to do a report on GETS, the grid enhancing technologies, and to look at reconductoring, which is instead of building a new line, can we upgrade it? Can we add new wires to it? So for that reason, we recommend support on those two bills. SB 1165, this is a PDEA bill also, somewhat in line too. This would speed up transmission projects authorization at the agencies while keeping their review in place by deeming these projects as environmental leadership projects. I think we've all heard of the many years that it takes to get these projects approved into the pipeline. So this could hopefully help expedite that problem. Last box here, renewables. We have AB 1834. This is a Garcia bill. This is a recommended support position as well. So the PUC and the CEC will have to now consider mitigating factors like market scarcity whenever they're looking at if they're going to assess a capacity payment or penalty on load serving entities that might have missed their resource adequacy standards. In the past and currently and probably in the future too, we've seen that the resource adequacy market in particular is really, really tight and really very expensive right now. So we just want to make sure they're considering that before they're doling out penalties, which can then raise rates for all customers. And then last one here is AB 2368, Petrie Norris. We're watching this one very closely. It's a bill that is currently being worked on. It would more closely coordinate the integrated resource planning process with the resource adequacy planning process. One of them is short-term resource adequacy, the other one long-term integrated resource planning. We want to make sure that they're talking to each other so it makes sense what we're being asked from the agencies as a load serving entity. I think that will be the end of it. So I'll pause here and any questions we can entertain.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. With that, I know there was a lot presented on the legislative update. So with that, members in the room, any questions, clarifying questions at this time? Seeing none, going to the virtual. Members on virtual, do you have any clarifying questions at this time? Okay. So with that, we'll go to public comment. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak on this item, item 12, legislative update in the room? Seeing none, any public comment online?
There are no hands raised.
Closing public comment and bringing it back to the members for comments and deliberations. Hold on a second, we're working on, Member Roche.
I'll second the item. I was going to move the item, but I also wanted to thank the legislative update team because we got to hear this at our Marketing Regulatory Legislative Committee. They've done so much work on this, and I just really appreciate it. You've done even more since then, and obviously, you know, the legislators listening to you with the reports that you've done. So thank you for all the hard work, and I'm happy to second the motion.
Okay. I noted we have a comment from the CAC. Maybe I'll grab that real comment first, please.
Yes, hi. I know I didn't give the CIC report. I do want to mention that this was unanimously passed. So I'm just gonna, if I can, if it's appropriate, can I give the comments as we move along the items?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Legislative one, do you have any further comment? You just said it was unanimous, correct?
It was. Thank you.
Okay. Additional comments by members in the room? Yeah, Member Tiedemann.
I just wanted to echo my thanks for the legislative staffers. I got to attend a lobby day with the three who presented to us tonight in March, and so I can attest to how much work it takes to get in touch with all of these our representatives in Sacramento and how good of a job they're all doing. So we really appreciate your efforts.
All right, so with that, we have a motion made and seconded. Hearing no additional comments or questions by members of the board, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote. This is an action item.
Great, and it was Gonzalez.
And then Member Roche as a second.
Thank you. Alameda County.
Aye.
Berkeley, Dublin.
Yes.
Emeryville.
Aye.
Fremont.
Yes.
Hayward.
Yes.
Lathrop, Livermore.
Yes.
Newark.
Yes.
Oakland.
Aye.
Piedmont.
Aye.
San Leandro.
Aye.
Stockton. Tracy.
Yes.
Union City.
Aye.
Albany.
Aye.
Pleasanton.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate the work done by all involved on that. I know it's a large lift. So, and thank you for being here in person. I thought that was helpful to get through that. So, all right, with that, we're moving on to item number 13.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
If anybody has some other energy-related bills that we'd like you all to track, who should we communicate that to? Alec. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good question. Thank you. Okay, so with that, we'll be moving to item number 13, the draft budget review. This is an informational item as Ava will be looking to approve its budget, obviously in the next few months here, I guess the next month, June for the July 1 fiscal year beginning. I will mention that there was several letters received on this item already submitted and will be submitted into the public record. So with that, staff, can we have a presentation, please?
Great, thank you very much. All right, next slide, please. So every year, we set our budget in May and June. And it covers all relevant categories for operations, revenue, operating expenses, services, overhead, and the like. We have to date presented the draft budget twice, once to the Executive Committee and once to the Finance, Administration, and Procurement Committee. And today is our third presentation. We will have one more presentation, which will be an action item to the board at our June 12th meeting. Slide, please. So this is actually a new slide this year, but just gives the quick overview of how things work. We sell our electricity to our customers. We buy it through various market mechanisms and schedule delivery into the California Independent System Operator. We are not responsible for transmission and distribution. That service is PG&E. So all of our customers are also PG&E customers. We have a risk management policy that ensures that we procure energy that is equal to our expected load, so the expected consumption that we have from our customers. It also includes our renewable energy purchases and our resource adequacy. We do schedule both on a day-ahead basis. So every day we submit a forecast to this independent system operator for how much electricity we think our customers are going to need. And then on a real-time basis, as there's some deviation in between actuals and the forecast, we do some intermittent trading. Okay, next slide, please. So our rates that we charge our customers, they are indexed to PG&E's. So that means that our rates mirror those of PG&E's, but depending on the product, carry a discount or a modest premium. PG&E's rates are approved by the California Public Utilities Commission, and this board approves our rates. A portion of these rates are a pass-through to PG&E to cover the power charge indifference adjustment. Power charge indifference adjustment is the mechanism by which the state ensures that customers that have left PG&E leave those that remain indifferent to their departure. These are two graphics that just sort of show how the PCIA, how rates in the PCIA have changed over time. One thing we have seen is the PCIA go down while rates go up. That's largely a reflection of the inflationary effects we're seeing across the board, but particularly for the sources of electricity. There is a relationship between energy prices and PCIA. The higher the energy price, the lower the PCIA. And that is because the PCIA is calculated based on the above market costs or the mark to market of a large set of existing power plants and solar generators and wind generators that PG&E has procured. So those contracts are fixed. When energy market prices are high, those fixed contracts lose less money or make money. When they're low, they lose more money. Next slide, please. Our revenues are made from the sales of electricity to our customers based on the rates that I discussed in the last slide. PG&E does do the metering for our customers, and they send us that meter data that we then use to generate customer bills. We then generate that bill and send it back to PG&E, who services the customer. So all of our customers actually pay PG&E, and then PG&E remits that money. That billing occurs monthly. So you will use power in January, receive the bill in February, and pay it in March. Next, as an example. Next slide, please. So we do provide two products, Renewable 100, which is 100% renewable energy from PCC 1 eligible resources. It's set at a quarter cent above per kilowatt hour above PG&E's rates, which is roughly $3 to $5 a month. And our Bright Choice product, which is currently 81% sourced from carbon-free resources, is currently set at a 5% discount, and we are proposing to increase that discount to 7% in this budget. 70% of our customers are on Bright Choice, 30% are on Renewable 100. And for this year, just for a frame of reference, a 1% change in Bright Choice is roughly $7.2 million in changed revenue up or down. Similarly, a quarter cent change in Renewable 100 is equal to roughly $5.3 million. Next slide, please. So overall, we continue to see rising energy prices that are stressing the cost that we have to incur on behalf of our customers. That has had a bit of a benefit to us in a shrinking PCIA, which is one of the explanations for why, while rates are going up, our discount is increasing because the PCIA is smaller. So that fee that we have to tack on top of our costs is less meaningful than it once was. These price increases have been particularly significant in renewable energy and carbon-free energy sources, where we're seeing 50, 60, 70% increases over the last couple of years in the cost of the resource. As mentioned, we do index our rates. We are continuing to forecast meaningful headroom and are bringing forward a budget that seeks to provide incremental value to our customers, continue to contribute towards our necessary reserve targets, and also allocate meaningful funds to local development and an end-of-year customer credit. Slide, please. So here we go. For this coming year, we are forecasting electricity sales of just under $1 billion. I'll note this is going to include the cities of Lathrop and Stockton starting in 2025. So we do expect going forward this number to be considerably higher when we have Stockton and Lathrop, and then potentially unincorporated San Joaquin County in the future in the mix. We are seeing revenues also grow, and I'm sorry, we're seeing our revenues grow from to almost $1 billion, but we're also seeing our energy costs grow. They're actually growing at a rate faster than our revenues are growing, and this is a reflection of higher costs. We're seeing, again, particularly remarkable in the cost of renewable energy and the cost of carbon-free. Overall, we are projecting a surplus of $152 million on revenues of $979 million and costs of $753 million. Those are really the numbers that I think are most significant. We do have some non-operating revenues and non-operating expenses that I'll speak to. Those non-operating expenses are largely our local development investments. Next slide, please. So the base case assumptions in this proposed budget are as follows: increasing our discount for Bright Choice from 5% to 7%. No change to Renewable 100. Really, the rationale for increasing the gap between Bright Choice and Renewable 100 is really a reflection of the fact that cost of renewable energy is growing much faster than other sources. And so the differential between Bright Choice, which is not 100% renewable, and our Renewable 100 is growing. And so we felt that we did not have to increase the cost of Renewable 100, but it was reasonable to reduce the relative or increase the discount for Bright Choice. We are proposing to continue our policy of providing a one-time $50 bill credit to all of our Care Fair customers. This is actually in addition to what will likely be a quite large bill credit from this current year. I believe, if I recall correctly, the end of this year, 60% of our sort of proceeds after we close our books will go to this customer credit. And I believe we set the target customer credit for CareFair customers at around $200. So next fall, winter, we would expect between their current operating budget and next year's budget, CareFair customers will receive a bill credit of roughly $250. That's actually, in many cases, equal to 1 to 2 months of AVA bill. We are assuming current rates and PCIA are unchanged through 2024. We do have some forecasts that we're applying for rates and PCIA in 2025. So they reflect averages, not, kind of what a worst case scenario. So could PG&E rates go down significantly? Maybe. Could energy prices rise significantly? Maybe. This is our average or our 50% probability assessment. We continue to project 1% on collectibles, and we have no recognition of our GASB 62 revenues. So those are funds that are sitting in that GASB account. Great. Oh, energy costs. We are proposing to maintain our current 81% carbon-free level that was approved in this current operating year budget for 2024 into 2025. That is 5% above the target levels that the board set a few years ago as we project to 2030. We are proposing to add an incremental 15 FTE staff across all parts of the organization. I'll speak to that specifically. We do have some incrementally higher marketing expenses. Many of them are related to our new community mailings and just increase advertising as we roll out more programs, and we're introducing customers to the AVA brand. And we are proposing a fixed $23.7 million in local development funding with a forecast almost $20 million on top of that for solar and storage incentives that would come from the budget surplus. So in total, a bit over $42 million in local development funds projected. Next slide, please. So I did speak to the carbon-free schedule. This is that carbon-free schedule. It shows how Bright Choice has performed and sort of what the projections are. So it does show that we are continuing to operate above the Bright Choice target levels that the board set. Next slide, please. So our current reserve balance is $230 million. That represents 31.5% of this current year's operating expenses. To remind everyone, our target is 50%. That is our board-approved target. That is the target that we have told the credit rating agencies we are working towards, and that is the target that our rating agencies expect us to continue to contribute towards. Though that's not necessarily, from their perspective, the limit. That is certainly the level that they want to see us achieve. Expected with our November contribution from this current operating year, if things go according to plan, that number would rise by another $100 million to $330 million in reserves, or 40.8% coverage of our current operating year. Now, one of the dynamics we're seeing is by adding Stockton and Lathrop, we're actually going to see more revenue, but we're also seeing more expense. So that 40.8% is not static. We believe that in 25, 26, that number, that percentage, that coverage ratio will drop. And so while we do think that incremental contributions from this coming year and the years after will help, we're still a little bit further away from that 50% target than we might think, again, because we're adding new expenses with these new communities. So we are projecting or proposing to not add additional working capital, but to allocate the first $100 million of net income or the proceed, above revenues above expenses towards our reserve fund. And thereafter, everything would be split pro rata, 50% towards one-time bill credits for customers and 50% towards solar and storage incentives. And that is actually a slight change from our currently it's a 60-40 split, 60% bill credits, 40% incentive. But just from an ease perspective, we felt maybe going with 50-50 split could make sense. So if you look at the waterfall distribution under the current projection, we would expect 19.4 million for the one-time customer bill credit and 19.4 million for even more incentives for solar and storage. If you apply sort of the current 60-40 split towards resilience hubs, 40% of that is roughly $8 million of incremental money towards resilience hubs, which would actually put us roughly $23 million that we have earmarked or will be earmarking towards supporting resilience hub projects. Next slide, please. So again, our revenues are based on sort of our assumptions around discounts. We're assuming going from 5 to 7% discount. We're assuming unchanged rates, PCIA. I think I sort of spoke to this already. So next slide, please. So operating expenses, these fundamentally are energy operations. Those are our cost of buying energy and associated energy attributes. These are more than 90% of our expenses go to buying electricity, buying renewable energy, buying resource adequacy. And then, the mandated services. So customer billing, we have to pay PG&E for billing, as an example. We have to pay for data management services. We have to pay for scheduling our resources. Those data management, scheduling, customer billing are very small portions of the overall energy expenses you can see here. And then we have about $45 million of total overhead. Of that, 26 is for personnel costs. Personnel of almost 100 people. That would put us at almost 100, just under that. And the rest are sort of the overhead and general and administrative expenses for our operating, marketing, legal, regulatory, professional services, etc. Next slide, please. So in our energy expenses, these reflect a blend of our contracted resources. So we have contracted wind and solar assets that are under long-term contracts. We have shorter-term contracts for resource adequacy. We have shorter-term contracts for renewable energy. And we have a set of financial hedges on top of that. So you put all that together and you sort of see where our cost elements come from. Overall, we're seeing about a 10% increase in our overall price projections for this year relative to last year. Again, a lot of that's resource adequacy, a lot of that's carbon free, a lot of that's RECs. Next slide, please. Oh, one thing to note: maintaining our go back one slide. Maintaining our 81% relative to the 76% that is in our current board approved timeline to 2030 reflects roughly a $8.5 million cost. So that 5% is roughly $8.5 million in higher procurement costs. Next slide, please. So from a personnel cost, I'd say the largest driver here is just growing our organization, adding new staff. We are seeing higher marketing spend, particularly in programs, launching and operating our electric bike program, seeing our first DC fast charging stations come online, and starting to run a customer awareness campaign and customer acquisition campaign to get people to use those stations. Two examples of things that we are doing now that we have not done in the past, and why we're seeing higher marketing expense. Relatively similar legal policy and regulatory, not very meaningful increases, some, but not significant. Similarly, when you think about other professional services and G&A, largely in line. Actually, other professional services, we're seeing a reduction. That's largely a function of we're adding staff, so we don't need to hire as many outside consultants. Next slide, please. So just, this is to give you sort of a sense of growth over time. 2023, we set a target of 68 FTEs. We added in this current operating budget another 15 to 83, and we're proposing another 15 to 98. For the proposed headcount, it's pretty well dispersed across. So certainly really prioritizing two areas, local development and power resources. So in local development, we're adding more staff to help us scale and run programs. And in power resources, we're just continuing to build our capabilities, particularly because we have more of these contracts coming online. There's a lot of administrative work related to managing very complex wind and solar contracts. And so we're bringing more headcount on to help us do just that. From a comp perspective, we are proposing a cost of living adjustment of 3%, which is generally in line with Alameda County average. We do have 2% set aside for promotions and wage adjustments. So, over the course of the year, we do have people who are going to be promoted into new jobs. There's some compensation changes that come with that, so we're accounting for that. And then we do have a merit-based compensation scheme that we are setting at 13% of our personnel costs. One thing I will also note that we're very proud of actually is in this current year, we made a very significant adjustment to our salaries. So historically, we've had salary ranges for all of our positions. So a person who is a marketing manager and a local development manager might actually earn $10,000, $15,000 differential because there was a range. And we felt like somebody's ability to negotiate salary at the entry point to their job should not sort of mean that they structurally earn more than their colleague who's doing the same job. So what we move towards is a postage stamp approach. So we have job ranges. So, if you are a 13, every 13 makes the same base salary. The differential will come in the base compensation, and that is, that is looked at annually based on your performance review. And that does not lead to a higher salary. It's a one-time, essentially a bonus that is paid on top of the postage stamp salary. Next slide, please. So these give you sort of more detail of what the positions we're seeking to add will be doing. Contracts management, fast charging product managers, lots of contract management because we have lots of contracts. I would say that's sort of the big theme here is we're actually seeing projects come online, whether it's large scale renewables or local development projects, and you need people to actually manage those contracts, make sure that our partners are doing what they're saying they're going to do so that, we are comfortable paying the invoices for those services. Next slide, please. Okay, non-operating activity. So we did have some interest earned on a loan that we paid to a partner, Block Power, to do energy efficiency investments. It's a small amount. We do have some revenue from the cell phone tower at the building that we own. So there's an AT&T tower there that generates some revenue. And we do have contributions from our power purchase agreements for workforce development. So in many of the contracts we negotiate, we call for contributions to workforce development and grants. And so we've had an inflow of $350,000. This is helping to pay for the community development grants, or community innovation grants that we've been talking about. We do have some fairly, not nominal, but not very significant borrowing expenses. These are largely covered letters of credit. We do not have outstanding debt per se, but we do use letters of credit as an efficient way to manage working capital for all kinds of collateral that we have to provide for many of the energy agreements that we're in. We do have some minor capital expenditures, mostly related to office furniture and office work, so laptops, desks, and the like. And then we have our local development funding, which represents the single largest source of non-operating expense. Next slide, please. Okay, getting to local development, these are the categories that we have been working through for some time now, and we're continuing to fund them. We're continuing to sort of implement them. So we have our resilient critical municipal facilities microgrids. These are for grid services payments. This is $7 million that's going to go towards helping to ensure that the solar and storage systems that are being deployed at these resilience hubs can be used to not just help those facilities, but at certain times actually help every customer by discharging during periods of, say, high energy prices. We have our building electrification, 2 key initiatives. So the largest of that is our Healthy Communities Induction Stove Direct Installation Program. That is a 3-year program that was approved first this last year for $15 million. This is the second installment to allocate towards that program, which where we actually selected a partner to start the implementation at our last meeting, and our hope is that we'll get that program up and running in the coming months, and we'll start actually doing direct installation of induction stoves into our Carefera customer base in the fall. We have our transportation electrification, which continues to be a large area of emphasis and funding. So we continue to pay into our pool for our fast charging network. We have, I believe, finalized contracts for our first 11 fast charging stations. The first of those is going to be at the City Center West Oakland Garage, which we expect to actually come online and start serving customers this fall. We have money being allocated into our e-bike incentive program, which we hope to launch this summer, and continued money into EV managed charging program. We do have another 1.2 million that we're funding as part of our sort of multi-year funding for community grants that was approved in this current operating year. Next slide. And then, of course, there's the potential for more money into solar and storage. This is going to be part of the surplus at the end of the year. And we're projecting, as I mentioned earlier, $19.4 million. Next slide, please. All right, great.
Thank you very much.
25 minutes.
Thank you very much for the staff presentation. Everyone keep moving, no worries. So with that, we will go to clarifying questions by members. So does any member in the room have clarifying questions? Yeah, Member Gonzalez.
First question, local development money, Carefera. Is there also an overlay for disadvantaged communities specifically? Or is it purely based on income level, i.e. care?
Which part of our
I was talking about the 5 million stovetop.
Yeah, so for this particular, for the stove induction, for the induction program, this is what we're calling it phase 0. So this is 200 households to start, to sort of test some of our assumptions and to test the delivery model. So this will be limited to Carefera customers. Our expectation is that we will come back to this board based, once we've learned, sort of been in the market and doing some of these installations with the program design for the large scale. I believe this program was $2 million that we're setting aside for this first tranche of customers. And then, the lion's share of the funds would be for the next phase, where we'll want to revisit whether that's the right eligibility criteria. Do you want to expand it to be different customer types, different geographies? I think all those things are on the table.
And then similar question for the 7 million critical municipal facilities, microgrids. There's some screening criteria for geography.
There's not. These facilities are really given to us by the cities, right? So we go to each one of our cities and we seek facilities that they are prioritizing for providing community resilience. And so we're really relying on our cities to sort of identify those facilities.
And the last question relates to renewable. When we're doing our definitions of renewableness, is hydro renewable?
It is not. It is deemed to be carbon-free, but not renewable.
And then
Yeah, there is a form of large hydro. I don't know that we have any of it in our mix though. So when we talk about large hydro, we're not talking about small large hydro. We're talking about large hydro, not small hydro actually. So yeah.
Okay. And then, so those are questions. We'll have some comments. Thanks. Okay. Any additional clarifying questions? Yeah.
I have a question. With respect to the proposed discounts in the budget presented. So, and I appreciate that this is, I'm looking at page 6, that the 1% change in Bright Choice value proposition results in a change of approximately 7.2 million, and a 0.25% change in the Renewable 100 value proposition results in a change of 5.3 million. So my question is really, given those numbers with respect to the values that are being discussed, has there been any thought given to marking Renewable 100 on parity with PG&E and not having an increase? Because if we're talking about reducing the increasing the discount on Bright Choice, it seems like potentially there's some room to do both.
Yes, we have thought about it. I think what we're bringing forward is what we sort of generally see as the sort of like relative revenue requirements. So like there is a differential cost between one and the other, and you know that is also there's a different customer base, and so the differential there is largely, I think, reflective of we're seeing the cost to serve. You know, there is, there are reserves that are being generated. So, you know, if you were to reduce the cost of Renewable 100, I think what we would say is we should also reduce the cost. There should be a step function reduction. So if we reduce Renewable 100 down to parity with PG&E, we should also reduce Bright Choice another 1%. Generally speaking, we sort of see a relationship between those two. It's not exact, but just to ensure parity and equity between Bright Choice and Renewable 100 customers. I'll also say one thing we have observed with this significant run up in the cost of renewable energy is particularly adding new Renewable 100 households, but especially at large scale, we believe could result in a higher cost to serve all of our Renewable 100 customers. So right now we have, say, built large scale wind and solar projects. We're able to allocate a meaningful portion of the output from those big projects that are not $80, $90 a megawatt hour, because we have fixed long-term contracts. They're considerably lower. So our average price of renewables at our current procurement levels is much less than 80, but 80 represents the marginal. So if you go out and say, I now have 1 million more megawatt hours I need to buy because the community has gone one day to the next, I'm not paying the average price, I'm paying the marginal price. And that marginal price is going to be then, has to be attributed to all Renewable 100 customers. We don't have a mechanism to say, well, a new community is going Renewable 100 and the cost to serve that community is 2 or 3 times higher than it is to serve everybody else. Their Renewable 100 is going to be 2 cents higher than PG&E, and everyone else is going to be equal. We don't have, that's not a policy that we've applied. We don't think about it in that way. We sort of think about this in terms of averages. And so I think one of the reasons why we want to keep pricing like this, but recognize that this will also result in more customer bill credits coming at the end of the year. So the customer there, you may be able to maintain over the course of the year actually like equivalent savings or equivalent cost to what it would cost to be PG&E, just get a little bit of it at the end of the year, is a reflection of the fact that when we start to set it at PG&E, we set an expectation that it's always going to be PG&E. And I think what I really want to sort of be very honest with is we do not think that, particularly really starting next year for some time, we would be able to maintain parity with PG&E, especially if we start adding lots and lots of new volume in the short run. So if we knew that we were going to add, say, 1 million megawatt hours of Renewable 100 in 2027, we could go out tomorrow and start looking at new wind and solar projects that we could contract for and are going to be much closer to our average price of renewables Whereas if we have to go out and serve 1 million megawatt hours tomorrow or in 6 months, we're paying the market price, which is $80. And that would result in a spike in the cost of Renewable 100 for all customers. So that's, I think that's the rationale. It's not perfect, but that's the rationale for why we presented it as such.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Please.
Okay, so my follow-up question is, kind of at the surface level, I think I followed most of what you said, but at the surface level, the hope would be that where everybody is moving is towards Renewable 100, right? That's where we all want to get to. And so the question, really what you're talking about is how do we get there and the timing of how we get there, right?
Well, I think where we're moving towards is Bright Choice being 100% carbon free.
There we go, yeah.
Which
That's
is
true.
different than Renewable 100 because you have different resource. Where, we might count
you.
large hydro as a resource there that's instead of just wind, just PCC1 wind and solar.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, additional questions by members in the room? Member Roche? And then I'll go to Member Calvo. I know people online want to speak, but let me get through the room first, if you don't mind, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I had similar questions as well. My city, our staff sort of brought it up as well. But I guess I'm interested because you said if we decided or we made a recommendation to make Renewable 100 in parity with PG&E, that we would also want to adjust Bright Choice again. But why didn't we consider doing that? Like if we're moving that to 2% more at this point, right, going from 5 to 2%, and there's no change, why would you suggest another change at that point?
Because we're moving that 2% because right now it is more expensive to serve Renewable 100. So Renewable 100 has now gotten to be more expensive to serve relative to Bright Choice because we're trying to maintain some level of parity between customer classes. So we don't want our Bright Choice customers to be significantly subsidizing our Renewable 100 customers. And we don't want our Renewable 100 customers to be significantly subsidizing our Bright Choice customers. We want both of those to be relatively close to what we think the cost to serve is, recognizing that we also are still in a mode of trying to contribute to reserves. So we need to sort of ask those customers to be paying a rate that allows us to continue to build up our reserves, allows us to continue to invest in local development.
Okay, yeah, I mean, and I think we're doing that. And that's why I think the public perception wouldn't understand all that, right? They just see they're paying a premium and that Bright Choice is continuing to sort of pay, having a larger discount. And in a city like Hayward, where most of our customers are on Renewable 100, that distinction starts to look more attractive for people to jump back to Bright Choice for a while. So I mean, I guess I'll save my comments to the end, but I am interested in what it looks like for us to move that to, get rid of the premium. So we're at least, we're at least saying that we're cleaner and we're at least the same as PG&E, especially in light of the increased rates that everybody is seeing.
So that makes total sense. I think my main comment there is, I think we just have to be cognizant of when we start setting it at parity, I think the idea of, hey, let's get more communities, more customers may want to opt up. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. But those customers, we're having to buy for those customers at marginal cost. That is actually going to result in potentially next year, us saying, no, we actually now have to significantly increase. So there's a whipsaw effect, right? Oh, we reduced it to parity. Now we're getting 2 million more megawatt hours of demand because, hey, it's parity, it's not more expensive. And now we actually have to raise it to 2 cents higher because we had to go out and buy $160 million of renewable energy that we wouldn't have otherwise bought.
So what if we, instead of saying, okay, we're just going to align at the same, make it the same amount, that it's always some percentage, I don't know, lower even than the price. I guess I'm trying to find a way to, because we have such large surplus, even though I know we're trying to get to 50%, and the business model data is looking really good. I think to continue to ask people to pay that premium, it looks less and less needed.
My only comment would be one way to think about that could be to ask new communities who are seeking to opt up to, there's a longer path, right? The more time we have to go acquire new resources, the less likely we are to have to pay $80 a megawatt hour. So if we can say, right now, it's usually a 6 month, it's less than a year. You can say, we want to opt up, and within a year, we have to start serving those customers. That is not enough time for us to go and acquire new wind and solar projects that are going to have a much lower average cost. If we were to say, hey, you really have to give us 2 years notice, our ability to go out there and acquire new resources is significantly improved. Or put another way, there's a shorter time frame where we're going into the market and buying at the very peak price. And we have, does that make sense? Yeah.
Can I just add that, right, just for context,
Yeah.
for your knowledge, we are actively talking to the city of Fremont and Oakland about that potential opt-up. There's a lot of interest there. And we are talking about phasing that opt-up over the course of multiple years, maybe through 25, 26, or even 27, given the size of that load, because those two cities together are over 2 terawatt hours of our
And so I
overall
think
load. So that's just so
the
significant.
The indicative modeling, and we're still working on our model, but suggests that if you were to add 1 million or 2 million megawatt hours to Renewable 100, Renewable 100 would suddenly be priced at a 2 to 3 cent premium to PG&E.
Sorry, I'll just ask one more question on the gun. But so that, I mean, it's a really good question. I think we've talked a little bit about this on Bright Choice, was that, so should we be adding that load and making the current customers, not benefit from what they've already put in to receive, I don't know, the benefit of,
Yeah, I mean,
if we don't have that energy to do it, and then it's going to cost, so everyone.
I'll note in the next several months, I think we anticipate bringing forward some items to the board, starting for information and discussion on how do you apply the marginal costs that we're seeing. And that will be through more information of talking to the market on, is it $80 a rec if we're going to go buy a lot more recs? Is it something less? What is the impact on that if you start blending it into Bright Choice versus Renewable 100 and applying all marginal costs in one product versus the other? So we do need to have that conversation.
Yeah, and it's just it becomes quite complex because you have to you look at lots of contracts, lots of procurements, and how do you allocate this? And I think we actually potentially put you all in a tough position where you're saying, well, you can't do it right now because I don't want you to raise my residents' costs by going, it's good that you want to go to Renewable 100, so let's just sort of make sure that we're doing in a way that, everybody is helped, not, there's a adversarial dynamic created.
Thank you.
Okay. Member Cobb?
Thank you. I was going to ask the same question that our colleagues here from Hayward and Piedmont just asked. My first thought was dropping the premium to a tenth. Right now it's 0.25, right? 0.25?
Yeah.
0.25.
Yeah, and so I was thinking instead of being parity, just 0.10, so a little bit less. The idea is that increase the incentive, and I think, and Howard essentially alluded to this, the making it more attractive will add a handful of individuals who choose to opt up on their own around this county or the 2 counties, but the real difference in terms of the challenge and the problem that you're articulating is when the cities come in, when we all full on, right? And so, as you know, we're about to approve our municipal accounts going to Renewable 100, and I believe we'll be able to find the support to move our commercial residential accounts in the fall, but phasing those in 26 and 27, maybe even 27, 28 for all I know. So I think that would, yeah, so we're gonna do that.
I think that's just the specific impacts in this budget of going from a quarter cent to parity are not that significant. It's $5-some million. Okay, there's enough headroom for sure. It's more just really being forewarned that if doing that then precipitates many cities deciding to opt up to 100% renewable. We have a bit of an issue down the road around the cost. And especially the sooner it comes, the sooner that challenge is in front of us. And again, you have the whipsaw effect of, I thought I was parity, but now it's 2 cents more. What's going on there? And just making sure that that's well understood. And the budget, this is not necessarily the place to have that conversation. It's more the place to have it is when evaluating the request by a city to opt up all of their load. But there is a signaling effect here as well.
And another question. We talked about a few times in the presentation mentioned Karen, or today mentioned Karen Farrah. What do we do And is there something specifically in the budget in terms of going out and trying to market Care Fair, informing people that it exists? I know we have tables at various events, but what are we, I mean, what are we
So
doing?
we have done tables. We've worked with community-based organizations. We've found those to be quite ineffectual. We've actually been running a very effective campaign ourselves. So we basically found that we have much better information and much better ability to reach customers who are eligible non-participants.
Yeah.
And we're doing it in multiple languages, and I don't actually have the numbers in front of me, but we're running, I think, a very effective campaign, outreach campaign.
How are we
direct
doing
to
that?
consumer.
Through texting or email or?
A variety. Off the top of my head, I don't have, but we're using multiple channels, multiple languages, and we're
It is through email and through actual mailers. Mailers have been found to be quite.
And are we targeting like zip codes? How do we?
Yeah, so what we actually have, we have census tract based income information, and we know if someone's Care Fair. So what we can do is say, all right, I look at a zip code +4 census tract, so that's not that many houses, and I can say, gosh, there's a lot of care eligibility in that census tract plus that zip code +4, but I only see pretty small level of care participation or fair participation.
Yeah.
That sort of tells you like that's a place you should go and you should send mail. And that's information. And then we have other data that we're able to use. But we found that we actually have much better insight into those eligibility criteria than we've been able to track from partners.
That's fine.
Yeah, we're doing it. to
It's
great
all
effect.
good. I'm just wanting to make sure that whatever it takes to do what you're doing at a significant
It's not a budget
magnitude.
constraint. It's not a
Right.
budget constraint.
It's not.
all in the budget.
It's all in the budget, and we're going to continue to do that in as much speed as we can.
Yep.
Okay, great.
Okay, any additional clarifying questions by members in the room?
Through the chair, can we get a report on what you guys do and the success of that sometime in the fall, whenever you want to the board or XCOM or something? Great.
And Member Anderson.
One last question on a different topic. We talked about on slide 11, the waterfall distribution. And I think we had kind of a robust conversation in this body, right, about that ratio allocation being 60-40. And I didn't know if it was proposed before us as a 50-50, and it was explained that that is potentially easier to calculate, but then there is a note on here that the subcommittee that I am on recommends the 60-40 split to align with our prior approval. So I didn't know, do we need to make a determination about that? No, this is just informational.
This is
right?
informational,
Okay.
but I think we had the FAT meeting, and then sort of like by the time we get those recommendations,
Yeah,
we're
there's a
sort of
time
already
issue.
in production
Yeah.
for this. So I think that's feedback that when we come back as an action item, we'll likely, unless we hear otherwise, that would be something that we would likely look at as a scenario. So.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, seeing no additional comments by members in the room, we'll go to members online. Thank you for your patience. Member Tam?
Thank you. On that same slide 11, I'd like to get some clarification on the reserve and surplus because I'm more used to thinking in terms of like rate stabilization funds. Is the 230 million that is going up to 330 million after the expected November contribution, is that considered your rate stabilization fund?
It is not.
So do you have a separate rate stabilization fund?
We do not operate a rate stabilization fund as such. In the past, we have. I guess we do have a certain amount. Yeah. So we have. It's a much smaller amount. I believe it's $30-some million. It's called our GASB 62, and that has at times been held over for managing fluctuations in the PCIA, more so than major sea changes in rates. But no, these are reserves, financial reserves that are largely used, that are held as such as reserves to underpin our credit rating.
So is this, in terms of the increase, is it linear? Because you're going from 230 to 330, And that's about a 9.3% increase. And so in order to get to 50%, would you be looking at another 100 million to get to closer to 49, 50%?
So we are proposing for this upcoming fiscal year, another $100 million contribution. That would not actually, that would be, because we're seeing our expenses rise, because we are adding Stockton and Lathrop. It doesn't have, it's not linear. The slope is going to go down because our expenses are going up. And they're not going up in line, they're not going up sort of at sort of our normal pace. We're adding these new communities. It's adding roughly $150 million of expense.
Well, it goes from 800 to about $1 billion expenses. Yeah, so because of Stockton Lathrop.
Right, so right, instead of it adding 8%, it's only increasing our reserves by 2% because we have
I
such a
see.
large increase in expenses. Now, we do have more
Okay.
revenues coming in too, so that's you know, that's good.
Okay, thank you.
Do you mind stopping the share, Adrian, so I can? Great. Union City?
Oh, yes, thank you. I think your previous responses probably answered my question, but it was about the tension between wanting the gap between R100 and Bright Choice to reflect the diverging cost of the program on the one hand, and then on the other hand, being so close to achieving that parity with PG&E on R100 and wanting to incentivize that adoption. But it sounds like the bottom lines were just structurally not set up to be able to bring on large quantities of R100 customers yet without significant cost impact to that program. So is it right that basically it's two-pronged? It's that we both obviously are laser focused on getting Bright Choice to 100% carbon free, but then in parallel with that, essentially buying time to plan for increased long-term capacity for R100?
I think that's I think I heard the question. It was because it's a little bit soft in the room here, but it's about Bright Choice getting to our 100% carbon free and potentially evaluating some modifications to timelines for community-wide opt-up to give ourselves more time to be able to acquire lower cost sources of 100% renewable energy. So yes, the answer is yes.
And if I just may, to clarify, it sounds like that item or concept for board kind of direction and approval might be something we'll be looking at in the future, it sounded like, from what I was gathering, for overall board direction.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Member Cox or Newark?
It's me. I had something that jumped out on one of the slides on page 15, and it talks about your consulting services went down as you're not outsourcing the work you have, bringing on additional staffing. But when you talk about increasing in legal cost, I thought our legal was paid on staff, or is this a specialty costs associated that you have to go outside of AVA's legal team to hire a specialist in a particular legal area?
So it's a bit of it's certainly quite a bit of that. So when we think about outside legal counsel, we're hiring tax counsel. We do not have in-house tax counsel. We do not have in-house finance counsel. We do not have in-house real estate counsel. Our general counsel is actually not an in-house resource. There's also embedded in there some litigation expense. We are participating in active litigation, and that certainly is not in-house either. But that's basically held. You don't necessarily, depending on how quickly the litigation moves, you need to make sure that you have the resources to spend it. So a not insignificant portion of that is held for active litigation.
Okay. Thank you for the explanation.
Any additional clarifying questions by members online at this time? Okay, seeing none, we're going to be now bringing it opening public comment on this item. This is item number 13, the budget. It is informational at this time, but obviously we're directing staff for a future action item. So at this time, we'll open up public comment for members in the room. If you would like to speak in the room, please line up in the center aisle. And Adrian, are you ready? Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. One of the things I would like to encourage the board to do is to actually instruct staff to include smaller grants in the community innovation grant category, mostly because all the grants have been at $100,000 for 3 years, and they've been given to organizations or businesses, right, who are, you know, have a track record. And we're trying to also extend these opportunities to perhaps organizations that don't yet have such an extensive track record. Because the whole point of community innovation grants is to provide seed funding for organizations. And a lot of the work that we're doing here is really emerging stuff. And so we need to help organizations get to a point of being successful and helping us, you know, in this transition. So I would encourage you to add more money into the community innovation grants, instruct staff to include smaller grants for organizations that might not qualify for some of the greater grants. And then especially around, we would like to see this program create an actual resilience hub program and fund that's ongoing, because the need is here. We're like in the trenches of the crisis. The other things I would like to encourage too is the creation of an ongoing disconnection prevention program. We advocated extensively in 2021, and there was a program that was done that gave organizations funding as well as money towards the LIHEAP program for Alameda County. Those kinds of programs should be ongoing. And money towards the LIHEAP program, that's what actually prevents people from having their utilities cut off. And so I'd like to see more resources going into that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dave Shukla. And good evening. My name is Dave Shukla. Can you hear me? And I live in Oakland. I wanted to briefly comment on three things that I noticed in the presentation and the conversation afterwards. The first is that I'm surprised on page 17 of the presentation that there is one FTE, a single marketing, marketing associate, a single outreach coordinator for doing community outreach for a community choice aggregation program. In light of the discussion that we heard the board have after the presentation about some of the challenges involved with some of the different rate classes, as well as some of the potential new additions to your service territory, I'm surprised that you would think a single marketing person, a single outreach coordinator would be sufficient. And that would be in marketing, not in human resources or local development or public policy and legal. Each of those had a pretty strong community outreach component, and one that some of the people, this is the first time I've come to a board meeting, some of the people who regularly comment on these board meetings have said, I've noticed repeatedly, that AVA could do better on. And the other main point that I wanted to make is that large hydro, particularly those in the northern half of the state, are incredibly emissive of methane. The biogenic bubbling of methane in large reservoirs of water is a significant problem. Many of the older, kind of screened, kind of covered large reservoirs of water are as dirty as coal plant. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Emily Ross. I'm with the Reclaim Our Power Utility Justice Campaign and a Bay Area resident. Also joining the call and asking you to increase funding for resilience hubs as you're considering the budget for next year. The investment into resilience hubs generates needed and sustainable resources for our community. I want to congratulate y'all on appearing to be in a pretty good financial position with a pretty hefty surplus. And I was really blown away by your reserve levels. And so maybe this is something I'm not understanding, but the agencies and municipalities that I track, that's an enormous reserve level with a target of 50% and upwards of 40% in the near term. Reserves are important for agencies such as yours, super important to save for the future. And it's important to strike a balance between setting aside reserves and meeting the immediate needs of the community. And I feel like there's a way that resilience hubs sort of do both at once. They serve a similar function in that they're preparing for emergencies. As climate change worsens, we need stronger infrastructure as we face more frequent and extreme weather events, and there's a service in the meantime. So I join in asking you to allocate at least $15 million towards the Community Resilience Hub program and consider the other asks, such as being inclusive of other trusted community spaces beyond municipal spaces. Yeah, resilience hubs are a smart investment. Low income and BIPOC residents benefit the most. Please consider that in your upcoming budget draft. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Cynthia Landry, and I work for the County of Alameda as a social worker, and I am very much in favor of increased investment in resilience hubs. They serve a vital function in the community, and has been previously stated, we are entering more climate-related weather conditions, more wildfires, and more storms and other things. And so a resilient hub would serve many functions, and especially those that don't have access to air conditioning and other things that maybe more middle-class folks have. So I strongly support that. Also, as a social worker, I get many calls about PG&E bills being they're being cut off of their PG&E, and I had one recently where somebody had a medical device that they needed electricity for, and so I would certainly support increased investment in the LIHEAP program. And since we do have considerable reserves beyond the 50 that somebody
I'm
mentioned.
sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to
That's
stop.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments by the public in the room? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to public online, please.
Thank you. Tom Kelly, you're recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Adrian. So a couple of things. I'd like to encourage the board to seek or ask for a report on switching to a cost of service approach to pricing. CCA started out by tying their pricing to PG&E rates because it was just a lot easier to do that. But many CCAs are now moving toward a cost of service program that actually pegs the prices based on the CCA's costs and not the prices set by PG&E. On the 7% discount proposed for Bright Choice, I worry that that would encourage some of the 100% cities to consider switching back to Bright Choice or delay moving toward 100% renewable. My suggestion there would be to offer a smaller discount to Bright Choice customers and a larger discount to the 100% RE customers. And finally, could the board request a report on actual energy costs that Ava is running into? I mean, other CCAs have more PCC1 renewables and lower emissions and are still very profitable. Can we see some data to support the claim that energy prices are increasing? I just want to point out that we keep hearing, you know, $80 a megawatt hour, but when EBCE started out, energy prices were actually higher than $80 a megawatt hour. So in fact, they have come down over the years since EBCE has been in business. So that way, we could actually begin to see what these energy costs are and get a better sense of what they not only look like, but also what they might be in the future. Thank you.
Amy Yoko Young, you're recognized for 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Emmy Yoko Young. I am with the Reclaim Our Power Utility Justice Campaign and also a resident in Ava Community Energy's jurisdiction. I'm calling because resilience hubs are a place for present community growth, offering places to grow food together and to plan for the future, places to grow our health and our community relationships. It helps us imagine, despite the future, being able to plan for uncertainty despite the inconsistency of our utilities. And it also offers a space to provide life-saving supports in case of an emergency, finding a cool place in the midst of rising temperatures, having a place to plug in life-saving devices in the case of power shutoffs, and being able to have clean air when the fires make it unsafe to breathe. BIPOC communities are often the ones who experience power shutoffs at higher rates. They don't receive the same investments as wealthier neighborhoods and deserve to have a place that grows this resilience and has a place that they can depend on in case of uncertainties and in these energy emergencies. So for the above reasons, resilience hubs show that they are much more than just solar and storage and spaces that meet the needs of our communities and help us thrive. For this to happen, we need Ava Community Energy to follow the lead of our organizations to commit to at least $15 million for their annual or surplus budgets for community resilience hubs programs, and to ensure this funding is accessible to smaller, less resourced community-based organizations. And so with this said, I'm urging you to prioritize environmental justice, low income, Black, Indigenous, people of color communities, resilient hub needs, and expand funding to cover urgent resilient hubs resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Colin Cook Miller, you're recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Ava Community Energy Board members and fellow community members. My name is
My apologies, I think we...
Cook Miller. I reside in Oakland. Are you able to? Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
We cannot hear you, Colin, very well at all. Can you try again? Adrian, do you have any ideas on that? Colin, we're going to go to the next speaker. We'll come back to you. Maybe you can check to see if your connection is stable. Go to the next speaker and come back.
Selena, you're recognized for 2 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Elena Feliciano, and I am a community member living in West Oakland. I am a customer to Ava Community Energy, and I really do want to share appreciation for the presentation that was shared, but I hear a lot of talk about the longevity of your assets and of your bottom line, but I don't hear a lot of talk about the longevity of the health of your community. And this is a community choice aggregate. The emphasis on community is in your name. So where are the calculations on the safety of residents in West Oakland where I live? Where are the quantitative and qualitative aspects of the health of communities on where we get our energy? And I bring that up because I think it's important now more than ever to have local community energy choices right here at home, especially when our aging infrastructure fails. And that's where resilience hubs come in. You know, we're still relying on PG&E infrastructure, and I see on this agenda that later on we'll be thinking about adopting nuclear energy from another failing, aging infrastructure in the PG&E portfolio. But if we look to resilience hubs, they could provide a huge amount of services to our communities right here in home. We don't have to go to San Luis Obispo to get energy that our communities don't want. Right here in Oakland and throughout the East Bay, many organizations could benefit from renewable energy provisions, but that's not enough to meet them where they're at with their resilience needs. So hubs can offer a slew of opportunities and of resources. And I would love to see Ava Community Energy to work with community-based organizations to not only collectively come up with a definition of resilience hubs, but fund these resilience hubs and support them in becoming a reality. This is not just a matter of supporting your bottom line. This is a matter of supporting your communities. Thank you.
Timothy Smith, you're recognized for 2 minutes.
I think you said me.
No, I think it was
Okay,
me.
apologize for that. Okay.
Yes, this is Timothy Smith from Fremont. I would like to point out that something I was a little disappointed that wasn't in the budget discussion is PG&E in their 10K annual report filed with the US SEC, I believe in late February, is already reporting a zero carbon emissions power content label across all of their rate categories. And I wish February is now 2 or 3 months ago. I wish there was some discussion as to what are the implications of this. There's discussion about whether, you know, renewable 100, what discount or what premium it should be above PG&E standard service. I think there should be some acknowledgement. I just wish, I'm hoping everyone realizes that PG&E's service for last year was already zero carbon across all of their rate classes. So I'm just hoping that is something that is kept in mind in the discussions going forward. That yes, the CEC PCLs have not been released yet, but PG&E has already published theirs and they're filing with the US SEC, and I think that should be kept in mind in the budget process going into the next year and this year and next year. So thank you.
Thank you. Colin Cook Miller, you're recognized for 2 minutes. Colin Cook Miller, you're recognized for 2 minutes.
This is the gentleman that had a connection problem earlier.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
We think so. Please continue.
Thank you. My name is Colin Cook Miller. I'm here tonight representing the the Reclaim Our Power Utility Justice Campaign. I reside in Oakland on unceded and occupied Lishan Ohlone territory. And I'm here to support the East Bay Clean Power Alliance's calls upon the Ava Community Energy Board to support the funding of the robust and ongoing funding of grassroots community-based organizations, Black, Indigenous, and people of color-led organizations, environmental justice communities, frontline communities, and the funding of community resilience hubs at the scale of at least $15 million per year. This is an essential and urgent budgetary line item. And given the significant budget surpluses that Ava Community Energy enjoys, this should not be a second thought. These community resilience centers provide critical services to meet people's human rights and people's human needs who are suffering from increasingly severe and frequent extreme weather events, as well as increasing rates of houselessness, poverty, inability to pay their their electric bills, choosing between groceries, paying rent, and paying their utilities. People should not be forced to make those decisions, and people should be supported in meeting their human needs by Ava Community Energy actually funding these community resilience centers that are holistic, not just solar plus storage and microgrids, but also funding other kinds of human needs that people have. That's why this agency was formed, and we appreciate you for listening to us this evening.
There are no further hands raised.
Okay, just looking one more last time, if there's any additional comments on this item, item 13, the budget. Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for member deliberations. With that, there's a few items brought up, and maybe we want to talk further about pricing parity question or conundrum. I'll just mention that, and then this resilience hubs. Before we do that, does staff want to maybe add any additional information that would help the conversation, or? You leaned in, so.
No. I just
Okay.
ready to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, so, yeah, we may have questions and deliberations. We'll try to get through it. Let's hold off. There's no action. It's a direction to staff. Again, informational item. So with that, I see the CAC. We'll open it up to CAC first. So CAC, do you mind letting us know where you're at on this, please?
Thank you for allowing me to speak. So I did want to give you the forward of that this budget was unanimously approved. We did have some questions, just as you did on the parity between, or the discrepancy between benefits for the Bright Choice and the Renewable 100. I personally do the Renewable 100, and I am happy to do so. And I hope that it goes to a good place. I'd really like to see it go to a good place towards building our infrastructure. We also have had many comments on the resiliency hubs. Please listen to this plea, and you know, the reserves are high, and just maybe we could look at using some of these large reserves towards towards redirecting them towards these community grants. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm just going to do a little clear check here. So staff, item 14 and 15 are still on the agenda. We haven't gotten to them. It's 9:20. We only have the room for another 40 minutes. Are either of these items time sensitive?
So item 14, I believe, is time sensitive. It is a pretty quick item, though. I think we could get through it. That is the DERMS platform. Yeah. So that is a quick one.
Okay. I will just signal that at this time it does appear item 15 will be continued to a future meeting just based on time. We are not doing that yet, but we are watching the clock and we'll be making that decision probably shortly. So as we bring the budget item 13 back to the members, any comments by those in the room?
I don't. I'm not searching. Well, it sounds like the drums didn't beat hard on that resilient hubs, so maybe we should look into it a little more, and if you think we have enough money. My question is, I was looking at for example, California was bragging that 17 months ago, we had $98 billion reserve. So how is our reserve? Could it disappear real quick, or you know?
Yeah, so I mean, look, our reserves reflect, the reason why we have the reserves that we have are because we have extremely high costs, right? So if you think about a city, you don't necessarily, the city that may not have direct expenses that are as large as ours. and they're commodities, right? So the commodities can fluctuate very significantly. You could end up in a world where we're making 100 million. What if things switched and we lost $150 million next year? Because, hey, we want to maintain our rates. So that's why in a trading, we're essentially a trading business, we're a trading entity, and you need to have significant cash on hand to provide sort of necessary reserves for liquidity to support your trading.
Well, mine was really a rhetorical question, because I kind of knew what you were going to say. Anyway, so maybe we could squeeze out another million or two for the resilience hubs or something.
So again, I would say we have 15 million in this current budget year. We have considerable 7 million for resilience hubs, and potentially another 8 million. So that is 15 million in this proposed budget for resilience hubs. I think there's an open question as to sort of what a resilience hub is. We have really strived as an organization to focus on investing in energy infrastructure. Yes, there are certainly other needs and benefits that could be accrued, but I think you start opening that door, fantastic. There are going to be lots of other community needs that we have to explore funding. Should we be funding water infrastructure in houses? Should we be funding clean air mitigations and treatments for folks that have ailments that are caused by pollution? I mean, there's a lot we can do with our funds. We've had very clear direction from our board. We are to focus on investing in energy infrastructure. That's what we're doing. And it's $15 million this current year, $50 million the next year, specifically towards resilience hubs. I think the only other thing I'll say on the resilience hub topic is access is so important. And when you give a community-based organization sort of the resources, how do we guarantee open access? If you have a congregation, how do you ensure that everybody in the community is welcome if they're not a member of that congregation? You have legal requirements when it is a city community center. You have legal requirements to give open access to everybody.
No, I was thinking about libraries in Livermore. We'd have to open some. Right now they're part-time, so we made it resilient, hub. That means the city's got to put more staffing in to keep it open, and that's what I was thinking about too. But no, I am supporting the budget the way it's coming through right now, and I understand, and that's it.
Okay, Member Gonzalez.
There's a lot here. So let me just kind of try to group it. I'm particularly sensitive to this notion of marginal cost versus average cost. That's straight up Econ 1, Accounting 1, et cetera. And the fact that right now the solar market is so highly pursued by the Googles and Amazons and others of the world is driving up market prices very high right now. And so to buy into that at all cost blindly makes me very nervous if we went parity, or just because as we're encouraging more people, they're not paying at that price. We really have to cover a price that is 2 or 3 cents higher. So I think the economics of that needs to be laid out really clearly, because I had the same visceral reaction. Why am I paying more since everyone else is getting such a big discount? So I understand it intuitively, I understand it politically, but I also have to layer on top of that the economics piece. It's an interesting question on what is the purpose of the agency, or what is the purpose of being green? At one very core level, it's always coming back to the world is warming. The primary sources of that are methane and carbon dioxide. So, I know item 15 is a carbon dioxide methane-free source of energy. And so I'm thinking like I'm very curious about the comment about, reservoirs generate methane. Well, bring me the evidence, show me something. That's the first time I've ever heard that. but understanding like what are those sources? Because traditionally it's been gas-fired plants, coal plants. We know that windmills kill birds, okay, but we're making a trade-off. We're saying carbon versus this type of life, and we're trying to work to save our planet. So all that is a long-winded way of saying we need to focus on what are those key strategic priorities. And if it is try to keep the world from warming, then what are the methods that get us there? And if the pricing, charging a higher price for something or a lower price gets us there, I think we just need to stay on strategy and not wander. So those are my thoughts about the mix. I am quite concerned that we're losing in this conversation about resiliency hubs and caring for the poorest individuals, the fact that this board this past year said 60% of this waterfall should go to care and fair customer rate reductions. We're talking about hundreds of dollars per person. And somehow that's just being ignored. And I think that we actually I'm quite proud of that because we had an extended discussion about taking care of people. We said electricity rates are going through the roof and we need to take care of the most vulnerable. And somehow that's being lost. And I think we have to uplift that. We have to over and over and over shout from the mountaintops that we're spending tens of millions of dollars on that in particular. And whether that that takes away from resiliency hubs, it's not intended to, but it is specifically to keep people from being disconnected because they can't pay those $200 where their bill had accumulated at 100, 100, and 100 unpaid. And so we're trying to help them. I do think that somewhere in this spending that we do, whether it's the stovetops or whichever programs that we do, that we have this focus on the most impacted communities, the AB 617 communities, disadvantaged communities defined by other means, because if we're talking about equity, where we give out those stovetops, where we build the resiliency centers, really should be done in a way that serves the broader social justice perspectives if it's kind of government money. So I'm going to be quiet for a little bit and let others speak.
Okay. Additional comments or deliberations by members in the room? I'm looking to the other side.
No, I mean, I think, just how, if we're going to have the conversation in the future about defining resiliency hubs so that to sort of satisfy this question going forward, I mean, maybe that's just a different time, right? A different discussion. And then the other question I had was, the point about sort of small microenterprise loans or grants as opposed to sort of the larger grants, is that calculated in? Is that something that we thought of?
Yeah, so that was actually some pretty direct feedback we received from the board to focus on fewer, larger grants. A couple reasons that were given to us, and I think we share. One, it's accountability. Look, when you give lots of small grants, you just can't ask the grantees to provide a level of reporting. So how do you ensure folks you give resources to do the thing they're going to say they're going to do? You do that with reporting, check-ins. If you're giving $25,000 or $50,000, you're going to spend all the money on reporting. And so you end up, I think the direction we had, one of our former chair works in philanthropy, and I think her perspective, this is Diane Martinez, was that giving larger grants to larger, more established organizations is going to deal with your reporting and accountability challenge. And many of them are working with smaller partners, and those funds are going to sort of flow through. So I'll give you one example. So we are giving this $100,000 a year over 3 years to Agape. They are partnered with a small contractor, Revalue.io, to do job training. So they are partnered, but they're bringing capabilities and resources to be able to provide sort of oversight and accountability to make sure that the money that's our customer funds are being put to use in a way that we can track it and make sure that, hey, when you say you're going to do this, we know you're going to do it. That's one. And then there's the staff resources. We did a lot of grants during COVID, lots of small grants. It was a tremendous It was a tremendous investment of staff time.
No,
And,
that's
you know,
helpful. Thank
yeah.
you. I just wanted to, I just asked that. And then, I mean, it just seems like we have more work to do about sort of defining resilience, like how it's going forward. I understand we have 15 million in the budget for this year. Yeah, and maybe that's just, we'll have another, I mean, I think we already said that. We'll have another discussion about this in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, Member Cal?
Thank you. I think the thought we had about having a study session and getting experts and a whole range of folks inside and outside the organization coming in and laying out options, getting city staff, different city staff where there already are resilience hubs, and getting a clear definition as to what it means. What are the 5, 6, 8, 10, 12, whatever number of elements are that define a resilience hub or a climate resilience hub, which is maybe just a subset or a type. And then we could decide, are there elements of a climate resilience hub, which is the term I'm using, that besides solar and storage, that we would logically be part of or want to be part of. And then maybe there are some elements, and the city that we're in would have to take care of that part of the resilience hub. It's kind of a joint project. But we can't do that until we have our absolute thorough study session, which should happen soon, sometime next few months, hopefully. And then we can make some decisions then. But I don't want it to drag on. I'd like to be able to get that done pretty soon if we can.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments by members in the room? Okay. Members online, any additional deliberations or comments? I'll maybe just add mine in case anyone has any that come up. So the 60-40 versus 50-50, it sounds like you got feedback from that to continue with the 60-40, and staff thinks they might come back with that proposal versus the 50-50. Is that correct? Yep. Okay. The micro grants, we just did our block grants at the City of Pleasanton, and the conversation about at what size do you grant, and where the paperwork burden or basically guts the program because it's just used for someone to do compliance, right? At some level, the compliance element has to lighten up to do micro grants. And I'll lend support that we, maybe we find a way to do it, the partnership or not, but I still think it's a good idea to try to figure out how to do it. Now, the concept of giving away public money and not being able to track it, I think there's some level of due diligence we have to balance that out. I don't think it's impossible, but maybe there's a way forward there. And maybe, I noted there was a comment about the disconnection prevention. I looked at the allowance for uncollectible revenues, and frankly, I know we've written off a lot of that and continue to do that and walk away from stuff. So I'm not really sure where staff's at that, but I'll leave it for you to think about.
So we do not disconnect customers.
Oh,
PG&E
okay.
disconnects. Our charges are not disconnectable. So if somebody is not paying us, those charges will never lead to a customer disconnection.
Okay.
Customer disconnection are only, but Director Gonzalez made the comment, and it's right. So this current proposed budget, $20 million of, could be a little more if you call it 22 million. If you think 60% of that, that is roughly, say, $13 million that would be going as a customer credit to our CareFair customers. That's 100,000 households that would get, call it $130 per household. That goes to the whole bill, not just the AVA bill. So that's $13 million in this proposed budget going to support disconnection if those customers are at risk of disconnection. In the operating year budget, it's going to be more than that. It could be $18 or $20 million. So it's there.
Yeah, in just a different way than we see blatantly in front of us. Yeah, I'm going to talk about the question about the Renewable 100 parity or Bright Choice. So I heard Mr. Kelly talk about if Bright Choice is further discounted to 7% below PG&E costs, does it incentivize or cause communities to consider down choosing? I guess I'll call it, opting down. And I will say, my city is financially challenged, as are a lot of cities looking forward. And I do think that is a risk. I do think that consideration, it's already been mentioned verbally in my community as a way to potentially save money. I think not the impetus to do it. But if we got to carbon-free faster with that 2%, I personally would be more supportive of that than granting a discount that may incentivize people to come off of Renewable 100. I don't know what the cost of that would be or if that option's there. I mean, I see staff presented the Bright Choice carbon-free glide path, right? And at 2%, based on the numbers you said, that's $14 million approximately, right? So I don't know if that comes back when you're looking at the budget, but I worry about incentivizing the action we don't want to the other way, frankly. So I don't know if that's fodder to come back with, but I think at 7% versus a quarter point above, people are going to do the math. Yeah, and I think we've got to be slightly careful of that. I also think people want to see a bigger bill credit too. So the cost is just going up all overall. The last thing I'll just say while I've got the floor is the AVA e-bike program. I know you're working on it. I know you said you rolled it out. I'll just put a plug in that tomorrow in the city of Pleasanton and Dublin jointly is, and with ACTC, is Bike to Wherever Day. Yeah, I didn't come up with it. Bike East Bay. And so my concept of when we're doing AVA e-bike programs, right, we can partner with, I'm sure other communities do it, but you know, just like we do sponsorships of other things, right? So ACTC is obviously encouraging bike to work days. AVA's obviously got a program for it. So I think there's just a lot of synergies we can incorporate, at least on that element. I'm sure you guys are working on it at staff level. So, okay, that was my comments, questions, or deliberation. Is there anything else by any other members before we close out this item? Yes, Member Keenan.
I will keep it brief, as I think I made most of my comments on this when it was heard at the executive board, but to touch on something that we haven't talked about as much, I just want to emphasize, I think it's always great to see in these budgets that we are expanding our capacity as staff and adding new positions, especially as it relates to local development resources, which we've all talked about somewhat extensively, given that in my experience on this board, often what we run into in trying to expand that is our own capacity issues of our staff. And being a local government staff person in my day job, I am very sensitive to the needs of that the day doesn't get any longer and you don't get a lot more resources. So if you're going to do more, you usually need more people. To also touch on just one thing on the record, Nick, it was mentioned in public comment that we have one outreach coordinator hired. I assume that's one new outreach coordinator. We have other outreach coordinators as part of our staff.
That's correct.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay. Seeing no additional comments by any additional members at this time, it was an informational item. We are closing this item, item 13. A little housekeeping for everyone in the room. We will not be able to get to, even if we wish to, item 15. So item 15, not time sensitive, and we don't have the room or the time available to do it, will be continued to the next meeting. Please note AVA's next meeting is June 12th due to the way the calendar works out. So we will not be meeting on June 19th, which would have been the normal schedule. We'll be meeting June 12th, and that item will be continued to there. I presume I don't need a motion to do that just based on time. Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
To our general counsel. I'm sorry. In Oakland, when we don't get to an item and we continue it, we're still required to allow public comment at least a minute per person if they choose to tonight. Are we required to do that at that part of the Brown Act? Because we do that in Oakland and they tell me it's a requirement. Maybe it's just our own local law.
No, I think if we go ahead and continue it because we don't have time tonight, if we open it up to public comment, we're going to be running against the same issue, which is that our facility closes and kicks us all out.
Okay, so
at
we're not
10 p.m.
required to
So my
have
recommendation
public
would
comment.
be to move everything, including public comment, to our next meeting.
Okay, it might be Oakland Sunshine Ordinance that requires that, so maybe it's not a general thing. Okay, all right, fine, we're good.
Okay, so yeah, just to be clear, item 15, both the staff presentation, public comment, and the members' element and weighing in will all be continued at this time, and that action is now taken. So with that, we're going to move to item 14, which is time sensitive, so we'll try to get through it tonight. The DERMS plus battery program administration. It's an action item for members and staff. Can we have a presentation, please?
Actually, Given that we are continuing the item, JP, I think we have a little bit more time. So Felice, if you'd like to come and present, you're still here. We were trying to get to the next item. I was gonna jam through it, but we have 19 minutes.
Okay, not that anyone's counting. Feel free to move me along as we go. So, hello, it's nice to actually get a chance to talk with you tonight. I'm Felice Ventura, I'm a member of our local development team. I'm also famously not loud, so let me know if you can't hear me. Okay, we'll dive into the next slide, please. So before talking about who we selected for this DERMS RFP, I thought we might spend a minute talking about what is a DERMS. It is another acronym for you to remember. It stands for Distributed Energy Resource Management System. It's basically a software platform designed to communicate with distributed energy resources. So you see on the slide here a variety of DERs. Those range from EVs to your nifty thermostat, smart thermostat in your house. Here's some examples of those that we looked into for the RFP. And I think one big takeaway from this slide is that we expect the population of these DERs to continue to grow in our service area. Next slide, please. So why does AVA need a DERMS? What I was really trying to get at with this graph here is the fact that there's a lot of complexity when you're trying to figure out how to optimally use clean energy at the right time and in the best way, right? So we've listed a couple of the variables here, kind of on the input side, and then the considerations for that specific device around how the customer wants to use it. So basically, there's a lot of complexity to this optimization, and therefore we need a tool to manage that complexity. DERMS is that tool. So, this allows us to crunch all the numbers, take into account a wide range of considerations around things like rates. What is the energy rate now? What will it be in the future? What will be the rest of the day? What will the weather be at a different time of day? When we're talking about DERs, that's a huge issue. And then what are the GHG impacts from the operation of that particular device at a given time? So, this helps us to maximize the use of that clean energy when it is abundant. But DERMS also allows us to see a second thing, which is when those DERs take action and what it is. So that also allows us to have some visibility into how this demand shows up on the grid and allows us to do a better job planning in the long term for those clean energy resources. This has a lot of benefits, this kind of more strategic use and optimal use of our clean energy resources, so it can lead to savings for both the customers with DERs and AVA overall, which means all of our customers. Can lower grid strain as well as GHG emissions, so some resilience benefits there. And then can also help us use high-tech tools for our customers to help them understand how these, frankly, really complicated devices can and should work best for them, right? Somebody makes an investment in these devices, we want them to be able to recognize the benefits from those devices. Next slide, please. Thanks. So quick example here of actually how this works. So the DERMS, which is that software up in the cloud, would get data from, let's say in this case, a battery at somebody's home. That data might be, what is the state of charge of this battery right now? So up in the DERMS, the DERMS would compute not only what is the current state of this battery, what does the customer preference for this battery look like, but would combine that with other data, a couple of which I mentioned before on the last slide, rates, weather, GHG, to figure out what the battery should do under a variety of circumstances. I've just listed two examples here. One is it could charge from solar, it could charge from the grid. It could also just charge into the home or discharge back out to the grid. The DERMS crunches all the numbers behind that and then sends a message over the internet instructing the battery what action to take under these various scenarios, given both current and expected future conditions. The DERMS, again, going back to the visibility component, gets that data back from that device to say, yes, this happened, right? So that's our visibility piece there. Go to the next slide, please. So when we start thinking about this beyond a single site, you start to understand how these might come together into a virtual power plant or a VPP, right? So now suddenly we have the ability to aggregate across many batteries
or many EVs, or for example, a series of homes that have both EVs and batteries to form that virtual power plant. Next slide, please. So now I think we're ready to talk about the DERMS solicitation and background. We have a shared understanding of what DERMS is and why it's important. We released an RFP for a DERMS provider back in November. We received 6 confirming bids in response to it. We evaluated those responses based on experience with DER integrations, which basically means how many devices can they support. There's a lot of different manufacturers and devices and protocols for how those devices communicate. Their ability to actually manage those distributed energy resources. So once they can communicate with them, to crunch those numbers. And then also to provide long-term forecasting related to behavior under a scenario where we're managing at scale some of these devices. Again, thinking about that visibility over time. Finally, when we're introducing communications between the cloud and devices on site, we want to be sure that they're really secure. So we also paid attention to track record and ability to implement very strong cybersecurity methods. Our recommendation was to select Lunar Energy as our DERMS provider for a contract term of 2 years with 3 one-year options to extend after that, with a budget of $2 million, not to exceed $2 million over that 2 million period. These funds, just a quick note, were already allocated in FY24 budget. If you remember back to the budget presentation, FY24 included a demand response line item for $2 million. That is this $2 million here. Next slide. A little bit about Lunar Energy. They're a company located here in the Bay Area, down in Mountain View. Their DERMS platform, which is called GridShare, is being used to manage actually the largest residential battery fleet in the world right now. We're recommending to use this platform for our DERMS because their approach aligns very closely with our needs as defined in the RFP. They have expertise in managing behind the meter distributed energy resources, so those located at residential customer sites. They also have experience delivering and supporting programs across a wide range of customer types, which is also really important to us. And kind of follow up to that, they can also help support a couple of key activities related to our battery program implementation. And then quickly, exactly how would this DERMS support our solar and battery program? 4 specific ways. One is program design support, so providing data to inform our key program design decisions. Also checking that the systems that are installed under that program are eligible and continue and stay connected to the DERMS. Then battery optimization, so crunching all those numbers to command those batteries in the way that's most optimal. And then finally, administration support, so enabling online program enrollment, handling customer incentives, and managing customer support to make sure that those devices do stay connected. So with that, I think that is my last slide.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation, and nice to meet you and see you in person. So clarifying questions by members in the room? Seeing none. Clarifying questions by members online?
Yes.
Member Cox.
I had a quick question. This is very exciting, and congratulations on having a competitive bid, but also addressing the next generation of solar and battery programs. My question is, under your battery optimization, if the battery being placed at a home and it's plugged into the system, will it detect and give an early warning, like by 6, 8 hours or 12 hours that your battery is going low? Is that part of the feature?
It could provide that feature. Again, there's sort of the component of what is the customer need for that battery? So what is the customer's preference for how to operate it? I think maybe an even more potentially interesting, maybe sub-component of your question might be, what if we expect there's going to be a blackout or a major weather event, right? And so this data that is coming into the DERMS can provide that capability to say, hey, we think there's going to be maybe a big weather event where you might want to have your battery fully charged up. And then in that case, the DERMS could say, hey, there's a big weather surprise potentially coming up. Let's keep your battery fully charged just out of abundance of caution during this period of time.
Okay, and that sounds good. And I like that it's local, keeping things here in California. As far as the technical support, is this something that's going to be like a 24-hour type support model, or how's that set up and work?
I'd have to look into the specific call center hours that would be provided, but yeah, it's basically a phone-based customer support system. Tier 1, we have, I believe we're discussing a pretty quick service level agreement or time commitment for the vendor to respond. So TBD on the specific hours, but we do want to build in pretty rapid response to customers to keep them connected to the DERMS.
Okay, I'm ready to make a motion, Chair, but I'll allow for the due process of others to weigh in, but just wanted to make a note of that.
Okay, thank you. And why don't we move to the CAC, please?
I wanted to make mention that that the CAC does support DERMS. We also had some questions about the protocols. There's communication protocols, specifically CTA 2045 for communications for these devices, and also there's a privacy concern, a risk that there might be some upset customers regarding privacy, and that broadband is preferred over wireless. I also want to introduce for another time, we're going to be speaking about bidirectional EVs. So just putting a pin in that. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a clarifying question, or maybe you can talk to it a little bit further. So one could easily see, given I got my AT&T fraud notice this yesterday in the mail, that this is hacked, right? That this is that AVA community members wake up, their cars are not charged because they were told to discharge overnight and they can't go to work, right? So you're telling me that as part of your RFP, you looked into the cybersecurity of a company I've never heard of, but AT&T just found my data on the dark web, right? So we're sure this is secure?
Well, I'm also not a hacker in my spare time, so I can't say I've personally tried to hack into this, but there are basically global cybersecurity protocols that
No wayward actor would leave and be able to compensate or.
Well, that's the goal, right? And so those standards are one indication that we use to assess the quality of that cybersecurity. But also there's other activities like, I think it's called white hat, right? Where somebody with good who's being paid to tries to penetrate the system. So, it is admittedly
That's the vulnerability test,
right? But I think, we have done what we believe is a pretty thorough job in using the tools that we have that are industry-wide to ensure that security, and that's something that we'll continue to assess and move going forward.
Okay, so a second follow-up question to that, and it's the part I don't like to do, which is, so AVA, in our contract with this contractor, are they going to indemnify us should a customer sue AVA, even though they can't get to work, right? I mean, the concept is we've now inconvenienced the customer because their car is decharged, right? But in our agreement, are they indemnifying us for a breach?
We are still negotiating the contract, right? And so the request is to authorize us to negotiate this contract.
Okay, well, I'm gonna put a pin in that concept that AVA should be very aware. Cybersecurity is not something to be treaded lightly with in light of my beautiful AT&T notice that was mailed to me yesterday on California law. Okay, so that's the questions. Any additional questions by members? Any additional follow-up, Member Cox? Or I was going to go to the public comment first.
Yeah, why don't you go to public comment first?
Okay.
We just got 5 more minutes.
Yep,
We get kicked out of the building too here, so.
Any public comment by, okay, sorry, we have one more. So, yes, welcome.
I've been here for 4 hours, so I might as well make a comment.
You have 2 minutes because we have the room for 5.
I'm gonna give you 15 seconds. I just want to call attention, Brendan Pittman from Berkeley, California. I just want to call attention, as I'm sure you're probably aware, the DOE released a Pathways to Commercial Liftoff virtual power plants. So I hope we're taking that into context when we're talking about this topic. And then I just wanted to ask if there's a before, after, or some sort of tracking on how this program goes, so that we can evaluate the success and the financials after it. That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay. Any public comment virtually?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Any deliberations? I've got someone ready to make a motion. Any deliberations?
But actually, I did have a question.
Yes, please.
Thank you for raising that, Chair Bollock. I wanted to find out, was there any vulnerability tests done on the system as a trial run before we go through the path of locking ourselves into the agreement?
Yeah, so
And
this
I'm
was-
talking about the IT and the layers of security and data breach agreements that go with all of this cybersecurity. But what were some of your findings from the engineering, or did you have to outsource that to get that type of results?
So again, these are kind of using these, what I would describe as industry standards for cybersecurity, right? So basically, it's a third-party audit system where not AVA, but a qualified third-party engineer goes and implements and actually checks to that industry standard whether or not those systems meet that qualification, right? So that is essentially not an AVA task to do, but we'll review and if we accept, we'll receive kind of the findings of that third-party engineer review of these cybersecurity systems as a part of this contract negotiation.
Oh, okay, so you're gonna have some evaluation done by a third party before we sign the contract? Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. So we're using third-party standards, which will also be reviewed by a third party for compliance. And we will see those standards, and those standards will be a part of that contract. That's our vision right now. I would just caveat that we're asking.
So why are we going through the contract? Why are we gonna sign a contract without having the data to know how good their product is?
This is what we're trying to request, is the ability to negotiate that contract and request that data, that third-party data and compliance from this entity.
So we will be getting data we will be getting operating data that will not be our operating data because we're implementing, we're doing a software implementation. We don't have assets that are going to be testable ahead of the contract. And so we'll be getting benchmark data. And then I believe we have a service level agreement to be able to look at things like this, right? So if there are breaches, if there are issues, you know, that potentially could run afoul of our service level agreement and allow us to terminate the contract, not have to pay. So that's how we're thinking about it.
Yeah, and we will be doing that in the lead up to signing the contract. So this board action item is to authorize the CEO to negotiate and execute the contract. So we're still in that contract negotiation process. As part of that, we will be reviewing these third-party penetration tests and other tests that will be done on the system prior to signing the contract.
Okay, as long as it's built in, and then what's the termination clause?
We have our standard termination clauses in the contract around fault and no fault termination. We have a fairly rapid turn time, but again, we're not going to sign the contract until we do the third-party evaluation. So termination would follow after that.
Oh, okay, right, after if the results were not
Member
successful.
Cox, can you please pause? Yeah, we have a call to question.
Was it seconded?
I think we are still at 14.
So Adrian, I think we called the question. We have a second, so we should do a roll call.
Great, thank you. Alameda County. Berkeley, Dublin.
Yes.
Emeryville. Fremont?
Yes.
Thank you.
Aye.
Fremont,
Yes.
Hayward,
In the room?
I just want clarity, are we voting on the item right now?
No, we're calling to question, meaning calling quorum or making
Yes,
sure we.
okay, I'm here.
great, thank you. Lathrop, Livermore,
Yes.
Newark,
Yes.
Oakland,
Aye.
Piedmont,
Aye.
San Leandro, Stockton, Tracy,
Yes.
Union City, Albany,
Yes.
Pleasanton.
Aye, or yes. We have quorum. Okay, so, thank you.
I was calling the question on the motion. I think there's a first and second, is there not?
No,
There's no second.
we haven't even got to the motion. No, she. Okay, so we're gonna move expeditiously. So, thank you for that. Member Cox, you were in questions. Did you have any further questions? You're on mute, sorry.
I do not have any further questions, but we're being asked to leave the building right now.
Okay, can you make your motion?
I so move lunar energy agreement with all of the vulnerability, all the other things that are going to be done as part of that, part of the contract.
Second.
Seconded already by Livermore. Any further comments? Okay, roll call vote, please, quickly.
Great, thank you. Alameda County, Berkeley, Dublin,
Yes.
Emeryville,
You're on mute.
Aye.
thank you. Fremont,
Yes.
Hayward,
Yes.
Lathrop, Livermore,
Yeah.
Newark,
Yes.
Oakland,
Aye.
Piedmont,
Aye.
San Leandro,
Yes.
Stockton, Union City. Oh,
Tracy, yes.
Tracy, yes, thank you. Union City.
I'm awake.
Albany,
Aye.
Pleasanton.
Aye.
Motion is,
Okay, thank you. That continues item 14 or completes item 14. Item 16, because 15 was continued, is board member and staff announcements requesting items on future agendas. We have taken two things. I will mention resilient hub definitions or information. We can have a conversation about climate resilient hubs. And cost of service model, I want to learn more, but I don't know if we need to do an item. Any other items by members? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you.
How do we place?
Steve Brown chair.